参透风情共受尽，经久恩情怎在云？怎在云？
Death and destruction sweep across the land. But the pursuit of immortality never stops. In this fleeting, crumbling world, nothing is eternal. A soul without a body turns to ash. And all who come here become twisted into monsters. Now, you must choose. Surrender or die.
Sunday morning here as we get started with the NARAKA Bladepoint Southeast Asia Open Trios Finals. This time it is going to be squad versus squad, or trios versus trios, however you want to call it. It's a group tournament now, and it's me, Asarai, with Raph that will be your casters for today. And man, we had some amazing NARAKA action yesterday.
Absolutely, and just like Asarai said, call your friends, call your squad mates, call your homies, call your trio mates, anything you want, because this is going to be a bit of a group brawl. And I have to say, Asarai, I like the outfit. This is the first time we've had like proper contrast between our outfits, despite the history of casting. You know what I mean?
I'm kind of happy that I didn't go for the same colorway that I did yesterday, because it would be just the same.
It'd be the same thing
using right now. Yeah, exactly, exactly. And again, it is going to be somewhat different but interesting today as well for you guys. So we had yesterday where we talked about the specific rule sets that we had for the Southeast Asia solos Southeast Asia qualifier. There were rules such as you can't replay a hero twice in the span of 6 games, and we'll have something somewhat similar but different all at the same time that we'll explain later on. And again, yesterday there was that 3 slots for the World Championship. Today it is only going to be the 2 slots, so 2 trios or 6 players in total will be able to get to vie for a chance to get into the World Championship, again happening later on this year.
Oh yeah, and just to remind everybody on that point system that Asarai touched on about, so there is a bit of an allowance for everybody, right? And as you can see on the chart on the rules right in front of you, so basically, guys, if we were to simplify it, the more times you repeat a hero pick, the more expensive it gets. So this forces, or not really forces, but it makes it so that all our teams have to be creative, not necessarily running the same squad over and over again. Asarai?
Yeah, I actually had like a few ideas of examples that they could be looking at. For example, we do have something here right in front of you, but I think for me, strategy wise, is if you're a team that relies heavily, let's say, on the Zip and Yin, that would mean the combination would be the 2 other heroes would have to be very mixed if you want to keep that Zip and Yin up until the very last point. So that is something to kind of watch out for. Or if you're trying to let's say keep the points low for as much as possible so that you can keep the ideal comp, you can start mixing up as soon as, or there's also the emphasis of, if you don't know what's going to happen later on and you don't have a set strategy for your hero points, then that would just mean that you have to get as much value at the very start of like game number 1 or game number 2, so at least you know that, oh, we've already exhausted this hero composition, then we can go to the next one, but at least we have some wins already in our belts.
Yeah, so it's also quite challenging to find that balance of, do we strictly adhere to the meta and do we go save up our points, because as Asarai explained, it does get expensive over time the more you repeat the picks. And I feel like, as I mentioned, despite having all of those rules in place, it's still going to be something that the players are definitely gonna keep their minds on, because look at this prize pool. It's $15,000 US. Of course, for the trios, the grand prize is $10,000. So that is still a big chunk. And for those who didn't tune in yesterday, how this is going to work is, of course, the champion is going to get the biggest chunk of said prize pool. But if you do win maps, you do get a big bonus. And I believe it was Tenoshi yesterday who got the biggest bonus with, I believe 3 map wins.
Yep, you're absolutely right. Second to him was Master Demo, and then we had, I believe that was Bananize. We also had for the life of me, I can't remember. But anyways, those were at least the most notable 3 that we saw. I think maybe Foods got one.
It was Foods.
Foods, yeah.
Third place is Foods, yeah.
Yeah, because I believe he was able to overtake Mahal and then take Mahal's 3rd slot that gave him the opportunity to get into the World Championship right now. So again, congratulations to those 3 amazing gentlemen that will be competing, representing the Southeast Asia region in the World Championship again later on this year. I keep saying that. Anyways, we also do have the I believe the maps that we will be showcasing to you guys in a jiffy. We did have a nice little mix of Moros Isle and Holoroth from yesterday with the solos. But of course, that being solos, what's going to happen now that we're going to be, what's the word here, Raf? Occupying the maps just a tad bit more because of how many the players will become.
Oh yeah, and talk about the player numbers, we have to get into our scoring system for our trios. It's still very, very similar to our solos, but I believe the biggest change is the rank points. Still, the multipliers are all the same, so this forces our players to be a little more active instead of sitting in one corner of the map. And again, this is just to liven things up. Again, it was really, really exciting yesterday. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be the exact same thing today. Again, guys, there you go. So how is this gonna work? Let's just say you get 5 kills at that. Actually, there you go. It's at the bottom there. You just multiply your 5 kills by the multiplier. And of course, your rank points will also matter. So once again, these teams are going to be looking to be a little more proactive. I feel like that was the most effective strategy yesterday. We saw Tenoshi once again gracefully take that top spot by having a mix of set aggression and control Aserai.
Absolutely. I think he was just showcasing to us what the best of the best had. And, you know, during the interview, he was mentioning about how he only had like a day to practice and everything. But because he had that confidence, because he's just, you know, that great of a player, he was able to translate even just that bit of preparation time into the three-peat that we saw. And to be honest, even though we did see Tenoshi get knocked down, I think, a couple of times, which did result in him not getting any more than just a three-peat, that was just about 5% of the time. 95%, he was just winning fight after fight. Whether he was just able to predict where his opponent was or, again, just be the better of the duelist in the 1v1s, it was just amazing to really see. And now, as I was mentioning, here is your map schedule happening again for today. Moros Isle, Holoroth, then to Moros Isle, Holoroth again, and then we're gonna finish it off with the El Clasico of Moros Isle once again. And boy, oh boy, did we see a lot of pretty strenuous, honestly stressing out situations yesterday, because
Many times
indeed.
Yeah. And it already seems that in our Twitch chat, there's already somebody supporting PH teams. Let's go, says Maximus. But anywho, yeah, it's pretty similar. In fact, the exact same thing that we've been, I believe, running yesterday. And I feel like it's going to be like this for the foreseeable future. Again, Holoroth needs a little bit of time to develop in the strategy books of our players. That's why we're having just a little bit less of it. But in any case, the action hasn't really simmered down no matter what map we were playing yesterday, Aserai. Although Holoroth is a little more open in some of its fields, I didn't really change a thing.
It really didn't, to be honest. I don't know what's going to happen now that it's, again, trios. And, of course, speaking of which of trios, a different set of picks with the heroes as well. Now, we talked about the hero points and, again, the risk, or not really the risk, but the inflation rate of heroes if you overuse them too much. So what's going to be the combination that these teams will be bringing to the table? Now, we do have our team participants here. Of course, some of the solo players from yesterday will be participating in the trios in their own teams here. I think most notable would have to be Team Blue, because we did see that was Katakal and his teammate yesterday that did play for the solos. Of course, we'll be still be seeing... Yeah, that one. We also will be seeing, of course, Foods come into this one. I believe Tenoshi is also playing with 3T. FA, we didn't see too many of their players yesterday. It was only Paralyzed that did compete, but FA is one of the teams that I'm definitely watching out for, because this is a team that contains Minds, Loves, and Olivier that we have seen before. I think that was... When did we cast? Celestia Open, or was it like Summer Cup?
It was Winter. It was
Winter Cup last year. Yeah. So these are players that were very notable to us when we saw them. Very, very talented. And now, again, as I mentioned, how well have they advanced their level from there on, coming into this Trios Grand Finals?
Oh yeah, and I'm surprised that we didn't get, or we're not seeing any of the Bamboo Shoots teams, which are, you know, pretty notable. I feel like FA is probably the most experienced one here, Aserai. But that being said, I really feel like the point system, or yeah, the hero point allocation, is gonna make this so interesting, because I feel like the last time we did trios, right? It was basically Tianhai City. It was the Transformers comp all the time. So once again, I'm really excited to see the creativity once we get into our matches later on.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, we could also be seeing the Temuk come back here a little bit. I think we got called out yesterday to saying, oh, the caster's talking about how Temuk's like off meta or something, but we didn't really see so much of him for solos. But
he's
yeah,
like
trios.
on solos, yeah.
Yeah, he's more of the team fight guy. So we need to see the teams before we see Temuk. But again, we also were astounded at how effective Zippin Yin was in the solos. How much more will her impact be felt coming into this one for trios?
I mean, like, Temok's hype, on solos, but with the unkillable god that is Zipping Ying. But in any case, before we jump into that again, just really the creativity, because of course, having trios, right, and having various team comps, you're going to be covering for each other's weaknesses. The Transformers comps, as I mentioned earlier, doesn't really work in solos anymore just because of that wind-up time and that recoil. But now, since you have your teammates to cover for you, that's definitely a workable. It's definitely workable. But as I mentioned, Asterai, with the allocation, again, I keep repeating that. I'm just really interested who's going to be running what and how they're going to spread out the powerhouses of basically the game as of the moment.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Again, it all goes back to the points that is going to be allocated with the hero points. Again, you can't really repeat too many times, so I think which particular heroes would be hit the most, I feel would obviously be Zippin Yin, maybe the Tianhai, as well as the Takeda. I think those are really strong offensive frontline kind of heroes in trios that will be really nice in absorbing damage, in creating a lot of confusion or crowd control. Basically, a living tank, if ever that is a role we can point out here for NARAKA trios. But that, I think, is going to be where as you mentioned, the creativity will have to be forced upon our players, or not really forced upon, but just be an obstacle for our players to try to get into this. Now, the chat's getting a little bit more spicy here. Everybody's saying that I'm gonna win again, as you mentioned. Support for some of the teams that we will be seeing for now. And aside from that, guys, of course, we still do have our item code giveaways for you. So all you gotta do is just insert that in your client down below. Also, I would like to recommend that if you are already watching via Twitch, connect your Twitch account to NARAKA Bladepoint and watch the matches here. There are immortal chests, I believe, that are being dropped, so you can pick that up and just enjoy it.
Yeah, pretty much just an extension to your quality of life experience for NARAKA. We're gonna have more. We were giving away a lot yesterday, and today's not gonna be any different, as we are still kind of waiting on everybody to get settled. We're really excited for how the day is going to start and how the tone is going to be set. Are we going to see those meta powerhouses yet again be fielded immediately? Or are we going to see that stagger that I believe both of us are expecting? In any case, it's really going to be the best. This is, after all, the championship league for our qualifier for the world stage. And Asarai, we already have our 3 for solos, but today we only get to get 2 teams, guys. So it's a little different.
Yeah, it's a little different. Again, the pressure is already on, but I also have while we are still waiting as well, we do have the what is this announcement that we'll be having with the World Championships happening on later this year. I think the total price pool, I actually made the mistake yesterday. I thought it was like 150,000. It's actually $1,500,000 US dollars.
You missed another circle. I mean,
I missed
zero.
another zero. I know, right? But I mean, exactly that, man. It just means that this is the community, the game that keeps on giving. And not only is the price ever so sweet, but I think also with these new additions to the format with the tournament, again with the hero points, as well as the addition of the new maps, and of course the point system altogether. When if you get a higher point, if you get more kills, you get the multiplier, all that good stuff. It really creates a nice little ecosystem or a environment where teams will have to really go aggressive, because gone are the days, I feel like, there will be multiple teams that will be playing super passive and just wait up until the very last point just to get for those higher ranking points. Now it's all about how many kills can you give. You know, it is more of a fighting style battle royale, so try to get that as much, try to emphasize that as much as we possibly can. And I think right now we've kind of hit that sweet spot, excuse me, that us as viewers will be very much treated to how well these players really do perform.
I'm fairly curious what the weapon meta is for trios, are at least at the very top level. Obviously, you know, with regular games, most basically anything can work. But right now, with so much on the line and at a chance once again to compete at the world stage, I wonder what everybody has been cooking up. I wonder how the scrims have been going for them, and I wonder what, as I mentioned, strategies that they would want to employ this time around. Because with the expanded hero pool, it's gonna be a little more creative this time than once again spamming Monk and spamming Yue Shan ult. Again, we've seen quite a bit of that, and I'm glad I believe we've gone past those days, or at least I've gone over the hills just a tiny bit.
Just a tiny bit. Yeah, exactly. It is, I think we are just making sure that everything is locked and loaded. I think we've already talked about everything that we can. Now we're just about to, again, as we mentioned, get into that first game already and get things started. I guess that's about it. I guess right now the only thing that we can probably discuss upon is which other teams we are kind of hoping that, or not really hoping, but we are expecting to perform well here. If I had like one team to ask you, Raph, that you're excited to see and would perform well, who do you think will it be?
As I mentioned earlier, I feel like if we just talk about tenure and longevity, I feel like FA is gonna be, you know, fairly up there. I maybe also Blue, because Blue has had the, I would say, luxury of really getting those extra reps in from yesterday with the Shizu and Catacol, as I mentioned. So again, my expectation still FA. I would have wanted to see more teams really get into this, especially familiar names, or at least familiar teams way back then. I'm not sure about how things are going to fare now, again, because there's just so many interesting rule changes, and with everything that's happening, I feel like it's still a bit of a toss-up. Of course, NBPH, if you would expect what that would mean, Asra, I guess there's a little bit of expectation from that. Maybe not a little bit, but an expectation for them to do well.
I think the last time we saw a Philippine team join that we were able to cast way back again and during the Winter Cup, it didn't look as well as we were kind of hoping for again.
We were okay.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So maybe there is that difference coming into this one now. Again, the pressure definitely is there for our specific region to raise the Philippine flag, as it were. But as for me, I think I have to go with the obvious answer of just expecting a lot from the 3T team again with Tanoshi, just because he was such a treat to watch yesterday.
Enough.
So that's definitely something to, I guess, watch out for. I guess aside from that, oh, here we are. Yeah, finally.
Oh.
Okay. Drop into
Expectation aside and speculation aside, Asarai, again, Tanoshi, we're curious how that star power translates really in the trio setup. Obviously, it's not going to be a bit of a problem as way more familiar names are healed too. Minds, Loves, and Paralyze already in a big scuffle between a different team here, and we already have some of the souls already fighting for that rebirth shrines, Asarai.
Yeah. Excuse me, sorry. I was having a little bit of issues with my spectator here. But now, okay, it was somewhat good. But yeah, it's still not too bad to get this early fights so that at least you can know, again, just to get that reset and everything. Anyways, we do have foods here in the rest of FA in a huge fight against 3Q. Already the use of that ominous blade just to create even more pressure. Hugo goes into the front, brings all of his teammates away, and I think they're just gonna escape the fight right now, not really wanting to overcommit too much to it. Might have bit off more than they can chew, and yeah, they just back away. I thought they were going to commit to that, but they've expended so many resources that I guess they just didn't want to really enforce the issue there.
As I mentioned, we're definitely going to see Wu Chen this time around. Just Spirit Blades, it's just so flexible. You can basically have any variation, and it's going to be pretty much fine. Of course, his teleport is going to be so much value if ever they need that get out of jail for free card. So far, we've only seen the barrier come into play, but it's already given so much value. And there we go. As Nine Wayne, Magic Cook, and Noxerk find a victim there. And it's from NBPH as well. But there's already a bit of a streak, Asar, so a good head start, especially in our first circle, is going to make quite a few of our teams fairly comfy cruising into the mid-game. But Foods had a stellar performance yesterday. Looks to continue that and even gets 2 members of 3Q already.
2v1ing as well. He saw that multi-hit with a katana. Absolutely tremendous from Foods there. Another team comes into the play. Clorin immediately caught out in the open with the Justina. Oh, look at the spacing from Foods. Absolutely phenomenal. Good parry, though. Foods might be in danger here, but puts himself at the F. Okay. Can he get away in the nick of time while his teammates are trying to help him out? Not gonna happen. Averon and the rest of Squad 6 here, Hope of Village, able to just demolish Foods. Back to the drawing board he goes. And that was a little bit unfortunate. Third parties very much apparent. As soon as you just finish a fight, there's gonna be another squad looking to already go for aggression.
That's right. And as we mentioned, right, this is going to be a bit of a lull, but as I see Mines try to find more frags and more kills here, it doesn't look like he's that separated from his team. However, there is a straggler that they would want to deal with before the EDOC completely coalesces with each other. I think they're running already off a disadvantage here. I'm surprised that some of these teams haven't how do I put this, Sorry, secured the shrine just for a safe spawn. But it does look like the Chucks are getting in work, and ADOC, they're having a bit of trouble trying to stay in this fight. Again, going into the 2v3. Not the greatest already. Oh, but the Ominous Blade, as you mentioned, is going to come into play, Sorry, potentially zoning out. Oh, but the rifle shots are coming here. It doesn't look too good for our boys in EDOC.
Oh! Pushed back by the Ominous Blade. Mines might have made a mistake there. He's already expended his Arctic Wraith, and now he's just trying to 1v1 the combo with the nunchucks. Absolutely perfect. I thought that was looking a little bit dicey for FA, but they make it work in the end. Great communication, great teamwork all throughout. I think he got the final dredges there. Anyways, now another team once again. We do have the other PH team, I believe, here, just because it's kind of obvious with the names. Mang. Yeah.
I love the creativity, you know. If you know, you know, basically, at this point.
Oh. Hang on. Cook. He does have the Matari ultimate. Oh, no, never mind. Thought he had the Mirage to get out there. What? Anyways, Ominous Blade used Sid King, one of the players yesterday that was actually still pretty respectable with how he played. Now, trapped into the Temilk's Zephyr Prison, will have to back away here. Creates a little bit of space, can't really dive too hard in. They are still having to deal with Noxerk. Uses the Ice Prison for himself. Creates a bit of space, using his own teammates' Sinister Slash It to heal back up. I'm loving the dip in and dip outs here. They're just trying to do as much as damage as they can against Noxerk, but I gotta say, Noxerk with the spear looking tremendous, and Sid King, what? No way. And then Comes gonna just be a little bit late. XCKK also here, but Noxerk is basically 1v3ing this entire squad draft, and now he's bought so much time that the rest of the squad, rest of the trios is here to help out Noxerk. They're gonna have to escape here. There's so much loot on the ground that it feels like Squad 8 has got to fight for these particular juicy loots. IK1 not looking too hot here. But oh my god, it's not working at all. Noxerk is just tearing them up with this with the spear.
Absolutely, and with XCKK here, cannot defend himself. Really not having the greatest of times here. Noxerk does get knocked down here in Team 8. They're having a great old time just trying to, well, potentially survive here. But it looks like the tables are turning in their favor, Asar, as XCKK still looking for something to arm himself with and join the rabble. As you mentioned, yet another Zephyr Prison is going to be expended here. So this is going to be super, super problematic. Magic Hook now trying to move away, but we have Sid King blinking in towards Team 8. But Team 12 potentially had a window to escape there, Asarai. but maybe, just maybe, pushing their luck as Team 12 does get shredded to bits. And that's gonna be a Nice God over, I believe, relegated to looking for spawn shrine duties here, Asterai, as XEKK, despite having a bit of a slow start in that fight, did manage to get a weapon at the very tail end.
Yeah, and again, that fight just transpired so long that second Zephyr Prison was already available for IK1. Okay, some of the teams playing outside of the corruption here. It's not the worst of ideas because you can at least loot in peace, but of course, take too long, take too much damage, but they're still going to be fine. That is 3T, Tenoshi's team, actually playing on the outskirts, making sure that they can get all of the juicy loot as soon as they can. Mang now fairly equipped, just gonna be hiding inside the brush. Or gonna be, as you called it, the bush Wookiees. Is that what your term was? My term was bush Wookiee. What was
No,
your
that's
term?
not. That's mine. That's not mine. I was just saying that they were chilling in the bush, but it does look like Loves and the rest of FA are going to vie for Morris control. But do they know that Mang is actually just right around the corner here? As you have team number 7, which is Team SLG, so on that they're still at least gonna try and wrestle for this. They're just waiting for it to spawn. I think TTG is also around the corner here. They're waiting, just waiting for it to happen, or rather waiting for it to spawn. This could devolve into a big mess, Asterai, but it does look like Mang will expend yet another Zephyr Prison just to secure the Morris Blessing. Not entirely sure what they're getting out of it, but off screen we have Blue absolutely annihilating Sid King and the boys.
Here we go.
Like I said, Asterai, getting that Morris Blessing control is just a big advantage here, as FA, despite having height at first, it's already getting cut down to size.
Yeah, now they're trying to scramble away, but Mang's not going to give them any quarter here, Raph. Paralyze is just one shot from dying. And this is FA's last life, right? I'm not sure if they have another rebirth or anything, but we'll see that in just a jiffy. But Paralyze, I think he's just sacrificing himself to be the bait. Yeah, well, the rest of Mang just eliminate him, and then the other players of FA will just have to fend off for themselves. I actually didn't see if he was
in any case
rebirth, but yeah, in any case, at least that's gonna be FA still living, fighting for later on in this game 1.
I mean, if that was FA's last rebirth, then that would be a bit of a shame. Still, I don't think that was their last life. Asterai is them posturing up on an aggressive stance like that may indicate that they do have a little bit of allowance. But of course, the Noshi squad here would probably get into this map with full confidence, knowing that Tenoshi has been red hot ever since the weekend started. But once again, we're going to be entering that fairly innocuous period of the game where we're just kind of waiting for the circle to be a little more, how do I put this, Asterai, playable. So not a lot of teams are really looking to commit to any fights as of the moment.
And something's still struggling to get better weaponry as well as armor here, especially with Hope of Village, squad number 6. Okay, never mind. There it is. Loves on the chase outside of the corruption, inside of the corruption. He is creating so much distance. I wonder if Mang will really commit to this. I mean, they might have enough heals to do this, but look at that, Raph. They're like half HP. If they really go and chase for this skill, and they come out back into the safe zone, and there's another squad that just ruins their lives, that is... look at how low they are, though. Is this really worth just to get that kill against Loves? I mean, he's just one slap away from going back into the realm of the Forgotten. Say goodnight. And are they close enough to get back? Because that shadow is getting bigger and bigger.
I think they're fine. But we have team number 16 here, which is Chill, having a little bit of trouble fending off the very ravenous number 11 as they got picked off. Not entirely sure where Joe Shelby was there. Maybe it was already a fresh respawn, but in any case, we have IK2 having a pretty decent time gathering as much resources as they can, Asterai. But once again, this is what I mean by some players just really don't want to commit to the fight like that.
Yeah.
A lot of times there's just a big loot disparity. EcoWin and Joe Shelby, they'll just have to chill out there. And speaking of familiar names, Astra, EcoWin, been around for quite a bit too.
Oh, true.
Fire.
Yeah, now that you mentioned. Anyways, NBPH. Oh, the double zip. Ouch. Can you even escape? The Matari forcing to use that ultimate of hers just to try to escape this one. The Unseen Wings, maybe the unseen escapist of that absolutely terrorizing onslaught, terrorizing assault. All right, so he's gonna be able to escape, which is good. Squad number 10 here, Hugo and the rest of 3Q. Now just moving closer and closer into the center of the zone. Right now, they're actually looking pretty solid in terms of overall items. As you can see, somewhat of a decent Soul Jade count here for Hugo.
Can't believe I didn't see
Mahal
that
is here right now in front of us, but he's on the lone streak. His teammate Mahal, the other Mahal. This is more Mahal, and then Kin Mahal is the one that we saw, I believe, yesterday. Not really in any good spot. It's just a cleanup crew right now for Hope of Village. I was kind of wondering what was going to happen to Hope of Village because they were struggling with their items. They still sort of are, but they have better weapons now. Still blue armor overall, but they're starting to at least create themselves a good amount of points here with eliminations.
Absolutely. Is once again, the shrink is going to happen very soon. Some of the teams already operating under a bit of a deficit, as some of them are already getting cut down here. Meanwhile, Gummy from Lobby 28 looks to land a few cheap shots here on a 3Q. But maybe, just maybe, not the greatest ideas. Him and his teammates are fairly spread apart. Asarai, maybe if they could surround 3Q here, maybe they could get something done. They do have ults available, but once again, this is a very big investment knowing what's going to happen in the next circle. But Utenoshi has no idea that there could be an ambush waiting, courtesy of Team SLG here.
He's looking at the direction, right?
I think he...
No.
He is.
Yeah.
I think he's just
Yeah.
wary of the bush. But again, Team SLG not also wanting to commit. Resources this time around getting a little more difficult to acquire, as we have Mang again in a scuffle with Team IK2, and it looks like they're coming out on top of it. Though this is very expensive. Quite a bit of ult being used here. Even the demonic aid being used as Tiger. We see the first monk ult. Can he make this a very successful and a fruitful one? So far, nobody has been grabbed, and Team Mang wisely back off. At least they get the ult forced out from our Tianhai.
Yeah, that Shinsu Wasasage. Oh, okay, I'm kidding. It's a Titan call for Tiger here. Literally has nothing in terms of HP, at least right now, so they'll have to heal back up. But NBPH making that easy for him. Fishball gonna have to be the one to at least gatekeep the rest of the other teams so that his teammates can sustain themselves once again. Huge fight overall. There it is. Going to be activating Demon's 8 inside a Temple Zephyr prison. Truly, it has turned into the demonic prison here. As you can see, Mang Kaknor dealing so much massive damage. Can he follow up? His teammates are kind of following all around him as the other Filipino team has joined in onto the fray. NBPH is here for the fight. Batari activates the ultimate. Everybody's invisible as of the moment, and Kaknor is now the only one left standing. Another team joins in on that. That's going to be Bananice and the rest of IK2, and they clean up house. As you can see, NBPH has been absolutely demolished. Mang's team as well has been obliterated to their raft. And so many big exchanges, but at the end of the day, it's IK2 that does the massive dealings. Oh, okay. Nether Nightmare activated here from the Valdequi. Good damage. World's gonna have to at least get something back. And Mahal, yep, again being inside that corruption to damage alongside the hits, just overwhelming, able to resuscitate their teammate, which is absolutely pivotal right about now for Lobby 28. So they're going to be closing in onto the safe zone, stop the bleeding of that corruption, but very near them is going to be the other squad, 3T, that could be a very big detrimental team to be near now right now, but they're still struggling in terms of HP with Tenoshi and the rest. But here's another fight with Squad 11.
I believe that was the last player of NBPH, so that's a little unfortunate. Both Mang and NBPH running into each other here. And as I mentioned, again, the value of having a Wu-Chen on your team is just... It's hard to understate because of situations like that where you say, oh, you know what? We need to close a little bit of distance. There's a team chasing us. Yeah, just pop the ult. We'll be fine. But still, they're not really in the greatest shapes here. The armor is damaged. They don't have full health. So if they do run into a team and they get jumped, well, we already know what happens there. It does look like we have a bit of a scuffle again with Hope Village and IK2. Another Zephyr Prison could potentially happen here, but they do choose to fight at the edges. And it's looking so problematic for IK2 at the moment. Meanwhile, Boyachi still has not found anything, or rather the space to really heal up here. Potentially they could re-engage, but the circle is providing way more problems than any other player as of the moment.
Yeah, especially being in this palace with the many floors in the palace itself is very difficult. So now just scrambling to get back into not really open territory, but at least a less egregious landscape would be much better for some of the players right now, so that they can just focus a little bit more on the fight. But if it is going to be close quarter, Temox's Zephyr Prison looking incredibly strong. I'm not sure who actually used that.
Ooh.
I think it could be 3T's opponents on the other end here, as Loves and the rest of FA now in a big fight. Everybody's just scrambling here. And again, the 3 versus 1, Tenoshi just gets overwhelmed. 2 for the price of 1. I believe that was Moore and Tenoshi that got caught by FA, Loves, and the rest here. Man, they are just bullying everything right now. This team fight composition that they've created is really wrecking havoc. And we were mentioning, Raph, how effective the Tamil would be. I did not expect it to be this dang effective, as the team fights kind of are made or break by the Tamil. Double hit with the great sword. Great slashes overall by Tiger. Not enough to get any kills whatsoever, but IK2 looking damn deadly. Gotta have to be careful. They push their opponents into a corner there at the edge of the palace here. And Tiger, he still has the Titan's Call. He can be as aggressive as he would want. He can always go for that next form just in case. But I do have to wonder if that's going to be a smart decision, especially now that he's just going to be in this kind of a weird platform area that Titan will fight on. I think they also realize this and then just decide to back away, as their opponent's also not really wanting to fight anymore. A temporary truce, and they get the high ground just so that they can get a bit more of a better idea of what is happening all around them. And speaking of what is happening all around us, a big fight ensues right here.
Absolutely, between FA and I can't seem to see where the last opponent went, as it once again it's not going to be a commitment here. We do have a few rats here from, I believe, Team Destiny right around the corner. I think it was Tar doing his best not to get caught here. As once again, it is a bit of a rat problem for them. Doesn't have any resources to work with. Asterai does pick up a few berries for the shield, so just looking for a safe spot to maybe, just maybe, scrounge whatever they can in this map at the very least. Meanwhile, I think 3Q have been fairly consistent, but IK2 is around the corner. IK2 looking to isolate, to divide and conquer. And I believe it's actually FA behind them too. They do drop the barrier just for a little bit of safety. Maybe a little overkill, but this is going to spiral into violence, Asterai. There's a million teams here. And Kanor, very patient there. Not entirely sure how they're going to get out of that one, but they are suffering the consequences of staying into the corruption for a little too long.
I mean, they have to. There's no real reason that a solo lone player will be able to do much damage. Although Kaknor, he still does have the Demonic 8. If there's a chance for him to use it, he does pop it, pushes back the rest of the pursuers here, and he is just frantically trying to run away as the peppering of the repeating crossbow hits him in the back. And was someone else able to snipe him? No, it's still FA that was able to get the last blow from the back. That will be another kill in their pockets. And I think, how many teams do we still have left? So we have FA, we have Squad 6. Squad Bananais is, okay, still with Tiger. I'm pretty sure Tar is by himself, who he's now running and has been spotted. Oh, he is trapped. He is absolutely trapped. Does he have the mobility to get out of that tight little spot? Looks like he is. But that's the least of their worries, and this is going to be IK2 needing to go in for this big fight here. Again, FA. Oh, he's brought out the swarm damage, piercing, trying to at least hit in the general direction where 3Q are. And they're actually putting the pressure right now, Raph, smelling blood in the water as FA is just relentless. They know that they have all the resources to get a nice little team fight in their hands. So they are really committing to this one. As you mentioned, that Morris Blessing priority here looking as a really good investment for FA, as it seems like they have all the cards in their hands as of the moment.
IK2 is around the corner, so is 3Q. So this could potentially be a 3-team brawl. Oh, very last minute Titans call, but not enough to proc the health reset. And now, once again, IK2 looking to play the high ground here. FA, this is probably where they kind of have to bounce out and Mamba out. Don't really have any workable ults to take. Actually, they do. But as I mentioned, they're probably just saving this for the final circle. Tiger still hasn't used that Titan's call as well. Maybe reconsidering what they want to do against this 3Q squad. I believe 3Q was the squad that lost their very own Tianhai. So they're definitely walking into the last three circles with a big deficit here. Meanwhile, FA, they're still continuing their rampage. They see the man disadvantage. They even popped the Zephyr ult. And I believe that was a Ning ult also. So 3Q not having the greatest of times here, as Hugo also is in the face of a different squad.
Yeah.
Once again, trying to get as much value off of this Wu Chen Asterai.
Yeah.
Everybody's been minced.
He's already used the Tai Chi Rift, so there's no more escape tool for Hugo, and the combo OTG off the ground and off this game. Ooh, that's gonna be the Wu Chen Hugo down and dusted. Big fight ensues very near here, and Mines, woo! That's the hidden Mitsurugi style there. No, I'm just kidding. Anyways, they've taken a bit of damage here, and this is a perfect time for IK2 to just keep the pressure rolling, not allow their opponents to reset, and use that swarm to full fruition here. IK is looking, I think, to be the better of this one. Paralyze, Loves, looking a little bit better, worse for wear. See if they're going to be able to do something. They are just rampaging against Chlorine, and that's going to be down for them. 3 versus 2 to remain here, Raph. The numbers looking favorable for IK2. Tiger activates a Titan call. Shinzu Wasasageo. Let's see how he does it. Snatch somebody, maybe. He's trying to get an opening here, if ever. Not really successful. Paralyze. There's only a few chances that he can do before Tiger might be able to clap him. Ooh. Oh my god, Tiger! There it is. He's turned into the Pinata Raph. Oh no, Paralyze. He's gonna be the one to get paralyzed. This is just horrible for FA.
This is pretty much done and dusted at this point. Tiger will reset, of course, with a very decent health pool here. Paralyze doing a great job of fighting and actually finds Fishball. Wait a minute, a turn could potentially happen here. But with a 2v2, a fairly clean 2v2 in the works, has to pop that bell just to get a little bit of space between him and the opponent's Banana Ice. Once again, one of our runner-ups for the solos already doing in a lot of work. Paralyze, not a slouch either. Re-engages on Banana Ice. Is IK getting turned around? Oh my goodness. Yes. Now Paralyze is too low. If Paralyze clutches this, then what a way to start. But the Great Sword is just too much to deal with, and the numbers advantage to begin with, despite the clutch Asterai. just a little too much to handle.
My gosh, so hectic was the first game that we saw. Everything was just going, I think, in the favor of FA up until the very last point, and then again, they were just not able to give that reset opportunity when IK2, again, just kind of charged right in. And what was kind of sad for FA was they used so many of their ultimates that could have potentially been better off against IK2. But to be fair, they were in a very sticky situation there. They had to use basically everything, and IK2 just had so much still left in the tank. FA, I think there was a point that they were just rampaging when we had about 18 players alive, and again, they were just trying as much as they can to get many points in. And to be honest, even though they lost and they got second place, I think they are looking really good in terms of the overall points here, if I'm not mistaken, because they were taking so many squads out of this first game very earlier on. So we could be looking at them to actually be the first place after this first game.
Potentially, right? But yeah, we'll just have to relegate that onto the scoreboard later on. There was a lot happening. I honestly couldn't keep track of some of the number of kills. I thought that was a great effort on the side of Paralyzed and basically trying to get that clutch in. But once again, when the numbers, thing about trios is number advantage is such a huge thing. It's almost always so difficult to once again get that turn, especially in top level play like this, Asterai, when everybody's so coordinated already.
And we did see again the effectiveness of that Wu-Chan just to get out of harm's way. But what happens when the corruption is so close that you're so tight-knit that Taichi Rift not looking to be as effective as they were kind of hoping for? Foods here, he was doing so well, and then there was just like too many opponents, and he just got knocked around silly, as you can see here right in front of us. There's also a fight that I thought that Mines and the rest of FA would have lost, but Mines is just maniacal with these nunchucks, able to do so much damage. But this one is the one that I was really surprised about. Nice got over with Knock Search. This turned into such a good start for them. And you mentioned it, and we saw it, that it just got turned over their heads, where the fight just lasted so long that their opponents came back from spawns, and this team was just not able to heal back up, reset. This one was, I guess, somewhat questionable. Kill for maybe the positioning, or expending too much emphasis just to chase that one kill down. Not sure if that was the best call for Mang, but you know what? They still did what they could do. The two Filipino teams were going at it against each other. It looked really good, and then they just got hammered by a different squad. This, I think, was that particular fight there where Kaknor, Yeboy, and Thomas were in a fight against NBPH, and then there was another team that at the final dredges of this one, I believe it was IK2, that just finished off the rest of the fight. And this was kind of awkward because they had a marking that IK2 were actually low, if not maybe in danger, and then IK2 just find the perfect opportune moment to just dip right back in and basically eliminate all of these opponents, as you can see in that highlight. And this one was just kind of awkward, again, fighting outside or rather inside of that corruption. Just never a fun time for anybody.
Take care.
Yeah, Kanor, I believe we saw him be reduced to just ratting, and not once again, not the greatest timing for both our PH teams here to just kind of run into each other. I think IK2, they've been fantastic throughout the first map. Very consistent with the way they were traversing the map. Again, this was also very telling that, yeah, they're here to play. But now, Asterai, with these hero picks out of the way, or at least getting more expensive as the day progresses, I wonder what adjustments are going to be made here. And like I mentioned, Kanor did end up have to rat, but it was FA to actually find him and really just kind of stop the run there. So I feel like the points distribution is very skewed in the way. Of course, through our winners, I believe it was IK2 that took the very last fight and dragged it to victory. Again, as I mentioned, despite FA being one of the more veteran teams here, just not having all three members up is already spelling disaster.
I gotta say too here, Badanice redeeming himself from that solos yesterday because he did get one win. I think that was the second game from the solos yesterday, but I think that was more of him just being at the opportune moment to be able to get that. But this time it looks so much more decisive for IK2. Tiger able to get 8 kills overall, 21,981 damage. Very, very convincing here again from IK2. And again, this team is looking at least very, at the very start, marvelous. Now, this is where we go back to the point of you using your best composition, hero composition at the very start, so that at least it costs absolutely nothing in terms of the hero points. So are they going to be able to use that once again? I actually will double check how much points if you try to redo anybody. But yeah, just go for the go for the overall standings here first.
IK2 already off to a strong start there, 35 points, well above and beyond everybody else here. FA once again just could not put themselves over the finish line. 20 points, still very respectable. Meanwhile, Mang, despite being reduced to just one singular player, managed to squeeze out 15 points, 3T following closely behind with 14. Hope of Village, can see too much of them, still gets 12 points, 3Q with 9.5, and the first IK squad only 8, and Lobby 28 to round out our top 8 with 7.5.
It's a massive amount of kills. I didn't expect that IK2 racked up 19 at this stage. That's incredible for them. EDT, Chill 0.5, NBPH 1.7, Destiny 4.8, SLG 5.3 points, Team Blue 5.5, Nice got over 7.1. Again, unfortunate for these, but they will be scraping at the bottom of the barrel. Now, here's something interesting that finally I had time to actually double check with the overall hero points, Raf. So if you compute it, right, the first time that you use it, it's 0 points. The second time that you use it, it is
I believe it's like 4 or something.
It's actually just 1 point. So that's 1 point for a second time usage and 3 points for the third time usage. So they can technically use the same comp for 3 games in a row if they want to. I'm not sure if there's going to be any changes come what may to Holoroth, but at least we could be seeing the same comps here, or maybe an adjustment, because I wasn't really the biggest fan of the Wuqian as much. I mean, the Tai Chi Rift is incredible for creating some distance between you and your opponents and keeping your teammates safe, but we didn't really see that particular ability be used to the next level, right? I think it was a Temulch that really got the most value here with that Zephyr Prison, so some teams might be looking at that particular hero to be their fallback on, or at least again as the Takeda, as we saw with the demonic aid. But other than that, it was really, I think, more of the aggressive teams with the aggressive hero compositions that had the better chance, or the better success rate of just staying longer into the game, because the abilities were just able to really supplement what they wanted to do, which was to win multiple fights in quick succession and then reset before the next team comes in.
Yeah, I thought the uptime for Zephyr Prison was pretty insane this time around. Again, it's just pretty much getting as much rage as they quickly can, and like you mentioned, right, capitalizing on a snowball on momentum. I feel like I still have reservations, or you still have reservations with the Wuqian. I thought the barrier was absolutely fantastic. We saw it quite a few times.
Yeah.
But like you mentioned, it's just situations that haven't really panned out for some of our players here. Now, interestingly enough, I don't think we're going to have a bit of a meta switch, or rather a comp switch for Holoroth, as you mentioned, considering the point system, right? It's only like 1 point if you get your first 2 repeats, the 3 points for a third repeat. So realistically, maybe we're going to see a composition change maybe in the second half of the day.
Yeah, and again, we'll have to see what the adjustments will be, because again, it felt like there was just something missing once we come into that final moment of the circle. Also, I guess what was kind of painfully obvious was there were some teams that struggled to get the loot that they kind of wanted for their Raf. You did see, I think that was 3T with not 3T. I think it was Squad 6 that had a big difficulty trying to get some value. That was Hope of Village.
Hope of Village.
That was kind of struggling to get anything better than just the blue armor. And what was kind of annoying about that is they were actively looking for fights, because I think they were just trying to hope that they would fight a team that they would win over that had maybe purple or something and just be able to upgrade through that. But I don't think it really happened for them at all.
That code disappeared. Again, guys, if you didn't catch that, there was a code there right below you. So, you know, for all of those quick fingers out there, congratulations to you. We'll still be giving away quite a bit more later on. I think they'll be scattered throughout the day as well, much like yesterday. But in any case, yeah, the snowballing in NARAKA in general, especially at high level play, it gets very, very apparent. And it becomes increasingly difficult. We saw FA take a lot of fights confidently just because they had the gold armor, and they had a serious rage advantage over some of the teams too. Hopefully, though, when we get into our second map, which I believe is going to be Holleroth already, I feel like the loot pool might be a little more generous this time around, so it might be even spread for everybody. In any case, I'm just glad that the Greatsword is getting quite a bit of love, because we barely got to see it yesterday. As I mentioned, in a team-based mode, everything does get shuffled up quite a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. We did see a good damage, but the follow-up wasn't really there. Maybe it's also teams not sinking in as much as they would want. Again, we fall back on to what we hear with Tanoshi yesterday with the interview, where he was talking about how he put a lot more emphasis on preparation with the trios rather than the solos. And I think the reason for that is what we're seeing here right now, because the game plan really isn't going to be as smooth as what you would want it to be, right? You know, with what teams would want to go when the team fight starts, all of that. There has to be adjustments on the fly, and we really do see some teams kind of struggling. There is, you know, players that look really strong. They will, you know, be able to overwhelm some of the opponents but they are overcommit a little bit, be far too flung from the team, and then just get 3v1 because he thought that he was going to be able to win that fight. I think we saw that multiple times during that first game, and I think now we could be seeing some teams start to kind of cool down a little bit. Everybody's a little bit excited here at the very start of that first game, and that is just definitely something to watch out for right now, as teams are, again, as I mentioned, still trying, to adjust.
As long as you get the rebirth going, you know, there's really no point of not fighting. You just kind of have to get the leg up as quickly as you can, build as much confidence too going into the match, because like you mentioned, right, it does get very, very messy very quickly. Momentum has been the name of the game, but surprisingly, we're still kind of waiting for to see what might happen on Holleroth. Again, there's just a lot of speculation. I'm not entirely sure if we're gonna give away another code at the moment, but again, just be ready, guys. It's gonna be there, and it's gonna be there very soon. Other than that, I think me and Aster have covered all our points. So right now we're just really waiting for everybody to get ready. I believe the lobby is being set up. So Aster, is there anything in particular you're looking for today?
Honestly, I'm just looking at which teams will set the tone for this second game, or will be able to finish the second game. If we can see maybe FA or IK2 do what they did, this would mean that is going to pressure so many teams to try to think of something to catch up. That's usually how this happens, right? Where in Battle Royales, we'll be seeing leaders at the very start of the game, and if they can keep that ball rolling, it is going to be so crucial. Again, 2 slots only for this Trios Grand Finals. Game number 2 is underway, and Holleroth is where we'll be having our battlefield here, Raf. Now in front of us is going to be NBPH. Nobody to fight just yet. No, never mind. Tanoshi and the rest of T3 actually right underneath him, and he could be already in a bit of a scuffle here.
Indeed, a bit of a scuffle, but it does look like Team 6 has a clear advantage when it comes to the armor and the weapons. And what a big horizontal there, catching a lot of players. Olivier on that Ning looks to maybe just throw some pot shots here, but maybe not the wisest of choice. Can't really find any armor, any any sustain on his end. But NBPH already on the receiving end of a potential ambush from 3T. They're still looking fairly good here, Aserai. They can still stand and fight. They have a reasonable amount of armor. And I believe a lot of their cooldowns are still pretty fresh. So Tenoshi still going into this with full confidence, sizing up each other, trying to bait out the parry. Unfortunately, it was separated into a bit of a 3v2 here. We saw one of the players from 3T jump in from behind. But now Tenoshi, a bit of a trouble here. The barrier's going to have a bit of separation. But the Greatsword already trying to get that sliding focus attack. And that they do as NBPH is getting cut down.
That looked... Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I was just going to say, that looked horrible for Tenoshi for a moment there. And he picked it back up because of his team doubling up on him. Because he was getting 2v1 at a certain point. Whips out the Greatsword, and that's going to be all that she wrote. Ping finds Gongi, and that's going to reduce the rebirth for NBPH down to 0. So they're going to have to find a different location here as they try to pick things back up. But this is somewhat promising for the 3T roster if you're a fan of Tenoshi and the rest of his squad. Loves Olivier from FA. I think they were able to win a fight just a while ago. Now they're looking... Oh, right in front of them is going to be squad number 6. So here we go. They actually will be committing to this one, but their armor is looking a little bit too fragile here, Raph, but they still want to commit to the fray.
Oh, I think a F1 there was landing on the Ning on squad 6.
Oh,
now we see the Ning ult coming out. FA going for a mad scramble here. Does not want to get stunned and loves. Gets saved by Olivier. They're beautiful stuff here. But is it all for naught? As FA, they're still kind of limping. They're still kind of struggling here. Averon's the only one alive with the ominous blade. I take that statement back. It's team number 6 getting pelted, getting chopped up. And I think this is going to be it for Averon. And indeed, it is Aserai. I think they still have a rebirth left.
Yeah.
If they didn't find any particular fights, yeah, you can already see them make a mad dash for the shrine there. But well maneuvered by FA.
Did you see what they did? I was mentioning how Hope of Village actually had the better armor per se. But you saw there was the 2v1 that that Loves did with his teammate. One in the front, one in the back. And they were able to at least deal with that situation so quickly and so cleanly, able to use their abilities as well just to separate this team. Even though it's a 3 versus 3, they played that fight so beautifully. Just, you know, not really slapping what's in front of them, but rather trying to bait their opponents right into where they want them to be. Anyways, another fight comes into this one. Is this still Tenoshi and the rest? Yes, it is, with Mahal going to be in the fray. I think we also see Kanor or Mang team on the other side as well. There it is, vertical strike with the spear here, but they're going to have to try to escape because Kanor is going to be just ripping the rest. Oh my goodness, the third party is real. That's going to be them. Back onto the drawing board. Such a slap to the face for 3T. But you know what? There is no honor if you're gonna lose, so might as well go and win, right? Because Kanor and the rest of Man gets that absolutely banger of set amount of kills as well as the loot. Great hits overall with the nunchucks here from Gongi. They've already respawned, found themselves a different opponent to fight up against, and they are winning against Blue here. Teammate using the Ominous Blade as a follow-up, and it's only Kegov that is to remain as Gongi has decided is still wanting to really chase for his skills. I'm not sure how many zips he still has left, but he must have a lot, as now they really are setting their eyes, they're setting their sights on getting this final kill onto Kedra.
Yeah, they have a lot of spools, but once again, the dual blade damage is nothing to scoff about. We've seen the effectivity of it before. XEKK finds your boy with dual blade. Speak of the devil. As team number 8, they still look to re-aggress here, and Mang getting isolated again. A very familiar scene. This time, Kanor has a little bit of backup, and the turn could potentially happen here. But XEKK finds Kanor himself there. A bit of an isolation, as well as Thomas. Oh, dear me. You hate to see it happen. I'm not entirely sure how this is going to affect Mang's placement, sorry, because they were pretty decently high up there in the leaderboards. I think they still have some rebirths on some of their members, but NBPH, they look much better this time around. than their other PH counterpart.
Yeah, that was. I mean, they got into a very serious area of contention there. Everybody was just fighting in that particular location, as it were. 3Q, Jimmy, Hugoi.
Beauty under
I think
fire.
they were going to go for another fight. But speaking of which, here we are once again. Food's going to be into a fray here. Great slash to push them back. Zephyr Prison added in. Slaps it down. Demonic Aid for a bit of assistance. And it seems like Squad 9 here is struggling just a little bit. Food's now trying to back away, at least go away from those AoE ultimates. And he is struggling in terms of that HP and collateral. That is not what you want to see happening. Not looking to fly for squad number 7. Unfortunately, SLG will be downed. And that's going to be them removed from this particular fight. TTG, absolutely fantastic. As Sparch still not done just yet. One more, dead in his sights, dead in his tracks. That's going to be Lonely Milo's, and definitely is his name to be Lonely. We still do have Shadow Corruption 2 upcoming, so there still are some teams that haven't gotten their rebirths yet. If they want to risk it or at least lose a fight, the time is now. But of course, nobody wants that to happen. Anyways, here it is. Tanoshi and the rest deep in trouble as they have been spotted out from the last game's winners, are IK2, right in front of our eyes. And, oh,
Absolutely.
got
Well,
wiped.
there you go, Asteray. In the blink of an eye, IK2 looking very, very nice. As team number 4 looks to jump in on this action. Once they get that third party in lobby 28, now they finally be a complete 3. Banana still hasn't completely recovered, as well as Fishball. They're gonna stand their ground here. They're trying not to get corralled, but at the same time, Tiger, if he can land an ominous blade here, that could be so huge. Edward getting that Ning ult down. It's only gonna get one though. Gummy has to separate Fishball, as Fishball's the one that's unarmed. Gets a katana back, but no shield for him. They try to secure a kill on Banana Eyes. I believe they're gonna be successful. So IK2, despite winning that first skirmish, it's not as great this time around, and a beautiful finishing shot on the side of Gummy with a pistol to find Tiger. Ooh. I think that was all of IK2, Asarai. Not entirely sure if they got the last person, but now we have yet another scuffle between 3Q and EDT.
Oh my god!
E-
Tai Chi Rift just escaped.
EDT though.
Oof. Okay.
We were talking about how the Wu Chen, which is not gonna find value.
Yeah,
there you go.
All right, this is like when you're trying to shop and somebody's just like slapping your back. Sir, you've taken a long time looking at the menu. It's my turn now. Ma'am, please. I want to order my spice pumpkin latte venti with a little bit of foam on the side.
Okay, Asar. I'm not entirely sure where you wanted to lead with that, but sure, buddy.
because they were
Whatever
buying.
floats your boat.
Yeah.
I get it. You don't have to explain. It's fine. Lobby 28. I think they know that Team 12 is right behind them here. And they just kind of don't want to engage in anything as of the moment. Resources looking decent. Edward doesn't have an ulti to his name. So that might be the biggest factor, the biggest deterrent for them to really re-engage. At the same time, they're probably going to play for positionals here. They want to get as good of a early head start at that circle as much as they want.
Yeah.
I think Noxerk has been having a decent start too. I feel like the problem with team number 12, at least in the last map, was their heat retention. Yes, great start.
Yeah.
Fortunately, just could not keep it that way. What is the boy doing here? Going for the scale rush.
I was gonna say,
What a
I
load.
was just gonna say that Noxerk actually switched up. I believe he was Justina the first game. Now he's actually looking at the Matari first, so they could be looking at, again, somewhat of a more aggressive, a different hero to try to utilize with. Anyways, oh, this is FA this time. Who are they chasing up against? Team Blue, I believe. Okay, how well is Amplexus's ability to escape at this point? Not great. He lasted a couple of seconds, but you know what? Lasting a couple of seconds, not really the best of things to happen to you.
Barometers out there.
Yeah, exactly.
Not really the best measuring stick. I know what Asar is trying to get here. I'm just gonna completely ignore it. EDT, they're gonna be fine. They look fine right now. Maybe this is one of Holorot's problems, being generally the bigger map. It's gonna take quite a bit of time to get from point A to point B. But yet another straggler on Killer Tops is gonna get chased down here. Asarai doesn't even have the unseen wings anymore, so that's gonna be a bit of a problem. Look at team number 12. They're very, very hungry just for those extra points. Already trying to land a few pot shots here, but Killer Top's still too slippery. Do they give up the pursuit? It looks like they have, or they got bamboozled. Either way, team number 7, they're gonna have some placement points to their name at least.
Sid King and the rest of IK1. Oh, thank you for that. Pretty good items all throughout. Decent soul jades as well as huge weapons to utilize here, Raph. What is this? Matari, Yotohime, and I believe that was the Yushan. Oh no, sorry, excuse me. That was Temulch, right? So really everything all working for IK1 here. Mang Tomas. If you're Filipino, you just know that's type of sauce.
Did you finally just get it now?
Yes, I was so focused on Mang Canor that I didn't know it was Mang Tomas! Oh no! Olivia and Mines, their shields, Raph! Just getting split on simultaneously. Now they finally escape. It's turned into a scramble, a 1 versus 1. Olivier finding some space right now. Taichi Rift just for safety, and Mines gets resurrected. Oh, Olivier getting tapped in the back. Not really what you want to see. Booped up. And they will be able to at least create some space. I take back what I said about the Wu Chen. Still really good when the situation is just a bit too tight for you to deal with. But they're onlookers. Squad 16 Eco win, and the rest not going to give them any bit of space, any bit of breathing here as the fight continues. Eco win. Are they really want to go for this now that their opponents have actually reset? FA looking much better here. Corruption coming in closer, so they might have to move with the zone as they don't really want to take that extra damage, especially now there's so many squads right beside them. This is the worst possible time to maybe pinch in for another fight, and I think they all understand this one. They're going to scramble away and just back off for now. That was lucky for FA, or rather at least really good that they still had the Taichi Rift just to escape from that that very much venerable fight. And then live to fight for another day here.
As you can see, everybody's kind of stocked up on soldiers, just barring one. And FA, I think they're in much better posture now. Well, they were pretty decent last map as well, getting that second place finish. Does look like Kawhi is fighting Avron somewhere else in the world here. As team number 2 just having a bit of a stroll in the park here. Asarai, has anything caught your eye yet in the match? So far, it's been pretty run-of-the-mill. EDT, they're still pretty complete too. But now, since we have the third circle approaching, this is gonna get super chaotic super soon. So once again, the Innocuous period is gonna end just right around the corner. Like I said, literally around the corner, Asar. There is already a big brawl happening between Team 12 and Team FA. Still trying to get a few pot shots as Team EDT. KHGM looking to get that soft target, potentially just stealing away some points. But it seems that they have suffered, or rather, they have summoned the wrath of Team FA here. Now we see the Demonic Aid getting popped. Potentially a Zephyr Prison as well. I believe that's the V2 getting used here. That's a triple silence on the side of FA. Potentially giving Team 13 and everybody else a little bit of space to run away here. But a straggler has been found. And PD over is not going to enjoy his stay here on Holoroth. EDT losing a few notches on that armor as BS is also getting cut down to size. Silence, so no abilities, no cooldowns available. FA, they turned the jets on, and now they're running everybody over. Team number 4 is also right here. Lobby 28 out in the open. Team number 1, FA, still trying to re-aggress here. No breaks, no stops whatsoever, and they managed to find yet another isolation.
Absolutely. Wait, were they able to escape or did they die before the Tai Chi Rift actually came out? Oh no. That was also fights for FA that they didn't really use ultimates, didn't they? I mean, maybe just a Tai Chi Rift, but not the Twilight Crimson, not anything. And they forced their opponents to submission even without really expending too many resources. Really smart, or really good for FA here, because now they're going to be fighting against another squad. That's going to be IK2, the winners from last game. This is where it gets a bit more, you're that team. The team that we lost to last time. Anyways, Mang Tomas fighting again outside of the corruption alongside his team. This is still a full three, excuse me, for Mang. 29 remaining. And we continue our battles here as lines are being drawn here, Raph. Mang and the rest looking really strong right now. Looking absolutely great with the Soul Jades. A couple of gold Soul Jades for Kanora there. Fishball and IK2. I love that. Yeah, same. I love the name. Not super hot with items.
Take care.
Oh yeah. Looks like a goofy ninja.
Look at this Asteroid. 3Q. They jump into it. Fishball has the teleport up. But no, he goes into them instead. The Ning ult is gonna come. They have to run away. They have to run away. They don't have a choice here. Are they gonna re-aggress?
He's trapped.
Banana Ice already gets demolished. I feel like this could be a lost cause as a third party is here as well. FA suddenly being the predator of the plains, as 3Q had such a good fight ahead of them. Unfortunately for them, FA have different plans.
Oh, that is so painful. They need to scramble right in. Thankfully, of course, they do have the grapples just to get into safety already. Getting those heals first. IK2 is very, very now easy pancakes. Oh, they spotted squad number 6 here. Okay, Hope of Village. They're going to be up against FA that has activated the Demonic Rift. They are just a waterfall coming in like a storm from up above. The damage from FA ensues. The stun from the Twilight Crimson delays Mines just a little bit further. The Bane Burst. They gotta be worried about the damage from this one. Mines taking so much from that. Another squad comes in. This has turned into pure chaos here, Raph. Mines and Loves finds a little bit of space just to heal back up. I believe Mines has spotted one opponent right in front of him, and that is the goofy ninja Fishball, who is now getting just battered down by FA, who immediately realized the situation and immediately just call for just take him down. We win against him. There's going to be now a squad versus squad right in front of us, and this at least turns into a reset, into another fight coming right in. Twilight Crimson activated here by Olivier. This is going to be absolutely perfect because now they're going to be chasing right in. Good stun onto Edward. Edward's down, and that's going to be the quadra kill for Mines. Squad 4 are going to have to back away, but again, Bane Breath Bursting, excuse me, is turning into such a deterrent for both of these squads here, Raph. Gummy going to be chewed out by the rest of the squads here as another one comes into the play. We do see Chill coming into the fight, and I think FA will just have to not really cut their losses, but rather cut their wins, because if they get a little bit too greedy, they're fighting into that one with no ultimates as well as less HP than what Chill brings to the table, even though Chill is not fully equipped just yet.
I'd say that was still a big net positive for FA there. Again, a very good fight for them. They'd spend quite a bit of their rage, but aside from that, they're pretty much geared up for the last few encounters here. Once again, we're gonna have a fairly peaceful period as EcoWin is gonna try and land a few pot shots on whoever is gonna try to cross. But now teams are just looking for somewhere to perch up and basically play the waiting game. Man, they look much better now that they have everybody up here. We have Tomas trying to land a few pot shots. That's about it. Does have the Unseen Wings. Does have... Actually, they all have a full arsenal of ultimates, Asterai. I'm still waiting. Honestly, they're just waiting for a catalyst for the perfect opportunity to snowball the third party. And you know how it is.
Pew, pew, pew. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Squad 10. I love their positioning here. I think they have the highest point of our current zone as of now, so they can just see 2 squads, maybe 3, fighting right on the horizon right in front of them, and they're just like, yeah, let's shoot. If it hits, it hits. Good damage. If they're exceedingly low, we can maybe possibly go for an extra fight there. NBPH, as you mentioned, looking so much better alongside the Mang team. And this is absolutely tremendous for them. I do see Yotohime's really prefer the spear. I think it's because of just how good the synergy is. I think I forgot what his name was. Was it the Verse, the NA player that favors that particular loadout? Anyways, could be wrong. FA here deals to go underground, you know, just be moles for now. Mole people for now. Magic Cook gonna be in a fight here. Somebody's just peppering, repeating crossbow, ammunition, arrows from elsewhere. And Cook's team is getting roasted here, Raph. No pun intended. T-Ranger now severely low. Magic Cook is the only one that's just healthy. He's already used the Zephyr Prison previously here. And now he's gonna have to just find something. Right in front comes another challenger. Oh, he gets absolutely red. 3 versus 1. There's nothing that he can do. He is getting shish kebab skewered, holes poked every single part of his body. And that is going to be that for Magic Cook. This Cook has been turned into the meal, Raph, unfortunately. And now looking at it, we have 21 alive as shadows spread to number 5.
T-Ranger is trying to salvage what he can in this game, as one of the members on NBPH actually gets found out here. Once again, the fight is gonna break out. Everybody's trying to frontline for Yeboy here, as Yeboy is trying to get as much recovery. Doesn't have the Zephyr Prison, so it's gonna hurt their fighting ability quite a bit. They do come out of this at least fairly decent. None of the members from Mang have been found out just yet. But everybody's just observing space Asar. They know that the third party is looming around the corner. We already see some cannon shots, I believe, from one of our teams here. And there we go. This is going to be a battle of forts. It's going to be zoning for zoning up until we have a tiny, tiny circle where everybody's kind of forced to just basically get into it and get down in 30.
Absolutely. So that means that saving ultimates will be the absolute name of the game here, because if you're kind of caught without, you know, any escape strategies, if not, it's just going to be terrible for you. So poking is also going to be a really vital, or if not crucial, strategy. But you know what? While I'm talking right here, everybody's just scrambling onto the rooftops, already fighting. Sid King realizes it's a bit too scary, so he has to back away. A closed room with Twilight Crimson. You're just asking to get destroyed here. We'll see, though, if FA capitalize. Oh my god, and they do. Change up nunchucks into the dual blades. And they turn mines into the team killer. XCKK thought that he could join in onto the fight. Uninvited. But since you don't have no guest invitation, you will be a trespasser that might be just destroyed, but never mind. Another team comes in, and it seems like FA is taking so much brunt of damage here. Somehow they still were able to escape because of the Wu Chen. Yes, Chad, I understand now. I'm a dum-dum, and now that was looking so good with the Tai Chi Rift. Anyways, back into the other point of play here. Yeah, boy. Good damage from him, but good damage onto him as well. He backs away with his teammates just doing suppressive fire just to give him a little bit of space, as now they have the high ground while they're looking at Squad 16. Chill be in that low.
Chill indeed, not really maneuvering the best of the high ground here, opting to go for the lower road, so to speak. But NPPH, oh no, they were caught with their pants down here. But it appears they have just a little bit of distance between them and Team 8 here. Come. Still really tearing into them. And once again, Astar, I'm not entirely sure what NBPH was trying to achieve there. They still have a res available if they don't get cut down. But Mang, now they look much better. But literally everybody is here. They get some swaps going on. They're pretty much fine. But NBPH, I don't think they've recovered from that. Now they're relegated to rat duty. But team number 16 still very much wary of a potential push. FA, though, they're playing the long and patient game, knowing that they don't have that big team fight ult anymore with Olivier off the field.
Yeah, they're gonna
Oh, no,
find
indeed.
another opponent here to fight up against. Janosen activates the Ominous Blade, and Mines immediately realizes I gotta back away here. A tree for cover, but this is not as good as you would want. Where has this Flamebringer been all the second game? Now it's here. It's a small landscape that this thing will just deal absolute damage if they're not careful about it. We do have 12 players remaining. So many teams in this tiny arena, Raph. Who will be the victor of this one? Mang still has a full 3, looking incredibly strong. Activates the Zephyr Prison already. Zhao Shelby snatching. Oh, there he goes. He's looking for another one, and he got so many. He's clapping. Oh my gosh. Back with a Titan's Call. Coming back in, gets a takedown, and Shelby gets himself into a full 4 kill streak. And you know what's good about being a Titan's Call in this? Because there's so many targets, it's very much easier for him to get at least 1, possibly even 2 if he wants to get greedy. And he's just trying to slap them down, lining it up for his own teammate. And Chill is looking absolutely monstrous into this. But hold on, hold the fort. Who just did that? Who pushed back every single member of Chill there with the slash, looking absolutely tremendous. Mine's going to be the only one to remain for FA here as 5 teams or 5 players remain. It's squad number 8, Sid King. 3 players in a 3 versus 1. This is not looking too good for Zhao Shelby as well as Mines, as they've already used basically everything a couple of seconds ago, a couple of minutes ago, and that will give squad number 8 here the win, Raph. It is going to be IK1. IK2 for game 2, or game 1, yeah. IK1 for game number 2.
So I like that back-to-back IKWs. I think FA again falls to second place, but still, we saw this story very, very similar yesterday. I believe one of the players from Destiny, I can't remember which Mahal it was, Asarai, but still, if they can continue the pace of actually just getting second place on every map, then they're gonna have a good running for basically spot security. But that ends our second map as we talked about it. Man, I feel like Holoroth is actually a little bit slower than Morris Isle now. But in any case, we are gonna be heading into our highlights very soon. We'll be able to dissect some of that a little bit better. I feel like it was really unfortunate for FA to lose their Ning so early. They just did not have that big team fight to zone away for the last few circles. As I mentioned earlier, sure, they had the Wuchen, but again, used more defensive, considering that they were also using barrier instead of the V1, I believe, or rather the F1. But in any case, still a great game.
Yeah. I kind of wondered what was the point of Olivier actually separating from his team. We didn't really see how he got separated from that. Maybe he was scouting. Maybe he wanted to confuse opponents where the rest of FA were so that the other two could reposition, mayhaps. I don't know what was going on in their heads there. But it definitely was, as you mentioned, not really akin to what they wanted to happen. But speaking of FA, the fights that they did before this, like this one, was just so good because, again, isolating fights, showing to us how well they can really space each other off. Look at that. They are basically helping each other. If someone is in trouble, they space out and make sure that they can assist a few seconds after. Like, they space themselves so well against ultimates with their ultimates that it is so crazy synergy from FA. Unfortunately, not as good as Mang's ability to punish third party, which was just happening so frequently for Mang. So the timing on them joining fights is just so ridiculously pristine.
It's been fantastic. I feel like some of the fights that we saw Mang take in the first 2 maps, maybe not suited for their strengths, but again, this time around, they're looking a bit better again. I feel like they're scaling to our day. The later it gets, the better they get. We have some players like that, not from Mang, obviously, but Foods once again had a very late explosion yesterday. Maybe just potentially his team would do the same thing, which is Team SLG. Actually, I feel like we've seen Team SLG be caught out between, what, 2-3 teams at one time?
Yeah.
And it's really not helping their case, like this one.
I think it's more of also Foods being such an aggressive player that sometimes he just doesn't know when to back away. And he, as you mentioned, that's probably the reason why they get caught multiple times here. PD over. That was such a great sequence. Just able to space himself so well, but fortunately his opponents can always just get away with that again. Teleport. This particular game, I don't think we really saw the pressures of not really having that great of a loot at the very start. I think some teams were just looking much better, but thank goodness for like Olivier and Mines here that they had like that purple armor. Or let's imagine how much damage the greatsword would have done if it was just anything less. Yes. But other than that, I think as you did mention, teams are starting to heat up a lot more here. We didn't see Chill from that previous game. This time, they were so active. They were looking so scary with any team that was going up against them, which was pretty much of a shocker. But honestly, you know what? We'll take it. In any case, a lot of our highlights actually coming onto the FA side. And again, Mang is a team that just does not fear the corruption. This is a team that, well, I don't know, maybe they're uncorruptible. Yeah.
I mean, it's fair, you know, at that point of the stage, really, or rather that stage in the game, the corruption's really not going to do too much damage. Of course, you just want to avoid all the unnecessary damage you want to take. Magic Hook, oh. That was when, I believe, it started off as a 3v3 with a different team, then dwindled to a 2v3, and then they got third party again. I think we've seen so many of our teams die, actually, in this particular house. Not just Hope of Village, but I feel like NBPH had a very, very similar situation.
Yeah.
Actually, before how this fight happened, they got separated into that last area. But once again, chill. Beautiful execution on getting this Monk ult snipe. And Mang, well, on the receiving end of that. And look at this, Astra. Once again, the value of that Zephyr Prison really coming into shape here. Oh dear.
Yeah, I'm just enjoying the highlights now, you know, giving us a little bit of a break here because everything was just so explosive. Especially when we got we got into that final dredges of the circle. That is absolutely pure chaos. But this is where we really also do see how well the teams understand what they have to do inside of that chaos, because I mean that's gonna happen obviously every single time, right? When multiple trios survive up until Shadow 5 or Shadow 7, and Mines with the rest of FA were the ones that really got the better of that. Of course, he's going to be the MVP. And I didn't expect this to happen. 21 kills and FA 34.5, excuse me, on the top of the leaderboard. Never mind, I was about to take it back. The IK1 might have been able to just overtake them, but just barely not. 32.2 for IK1. Chill 22.2, respected with the 12 kills. Mang, on the other hand, Filipino team right here. 13 kills, 21.5 points. Absolutely tremendous from them. IK2 falling a little bit from grace with 7.7. 3T with 6. Lobby 28 with 5.3. And NBPH with 4.8 to round off our first half of teams here in game number 2.
I feel like FA is going to be right on top there. 34.5 plus the 20 they had. Yeah, that's going to be 54. But everybody else... I honestly thought everybody was fairly active this game, even ADT and Team Blue. Not necessarily getting the numbers, not getting the results that they would have wanted, but I feel like they still have quite a bit of way to go. After all, this is only game 2. Outside, this could potentially be their feeling out stage. Maybe they're pocketing some of their better comps. But in any case, we always get to the point where once we enter the half of the day, being in the bottom 8 is just really not the funnest of times here, especially when you're having trouble gathering the points, whether it be through kills or placement. But we're just hoping for these teams to heat up.
Very true, very true. But I mean, again, it feels like such a bad thing to think of, or it feels like such a dream to think about it. Like they're saving strats and they're kind of single digits when everybody else is looking already at like 70, 80 points already after 2 games. So there has to be some point of adjustment, right?
Like I said, maybe this is the bad half for them. They still have, like we mentioned, right, with the creative, the point system that we're running in right now with the trios, the hero allowance, I mean. maybe it's restricting some of these teams. Maybe they're playing for the long game instead. Maybe they're gonna have that stronger quote unquote on the second half.
Yeah.
But either way, we're just kind of waiting for us to go back into Morris Isle. Things are going to be a little more hectic. Things will be a little more speedy, as we're not going to be dealing with the bigger and much more vertical map that is Holroth anymore.
Yeah. And again, as I was mentioning, we still should see about the same hero comps that these teams have, because it's only come to game number 3. Again, if you're keeping tabs of the hero points, that is going to be 9 if you use the same hero 3 times in a row. But come the 4th game, that's when we'll probably see a big change up here. So that's, I think, where the top teams will have to show us what else do they have in their bag of tricks that will be working. To be honest, I don't think we've seen the Zip and Yin yet, so they could be.
We've seen it a
few times.
Yeah,
okay, I didn't notice it as much, but maybe because that's just me. But anyways, we could be seeing a different other pickups as well. Maybe the Tarkaji, as some of our viewers were kind of hoping for yesterday. They could be just laughing as I say that, but also just something to definitely watch out for. But honestly, I do think that we still should be in the green here with how much how do you say this versatility or plenty of options we've already seen. We've already seen the Valdequi, the Viperning come out, Matari as well. So I don't think we really should be struggling too much with the heroes and everything. And yeah, absolutely, as you're pointing into that one, we do have the item code already prepped up for you guys, so you can pick this up. And again, as I keep mentioning, you can get this plus link your Twitch account to NARAKA Bladepoint to get the item drops for you to just get even more givens as you just watch this tournament.
I said NARAKA loot. I think I was a little too far from my mic, but
Okay.
yeah. In any case, guys, the code has disappeared now, so you better get those code crack in as quickly as you can. Now, I think everybody's just kind of setting up the lobby now. We're just really waiting for the confirmation at this point. As you mentioned, some of the hero comps, or rather, yeah, the heroes that we've seen, most of them have been pretty standard. Maybe Tarkaji, I don't know. Question mark. Like chat said, okay, hashtag buff Tarkaji. I'm surprised that we didn't actually get Yue Shan. I feel like the role of having the line breaker has been relegated to the Takeda. They do kind of fill similar spots, and Takeda just really doesn't suffer the same way as Yue Shan does. But in any case, I still feel like that's going to be brought out at some point in time just because of the inherent hero allowance.
I think it's just because of the Demonic Age just being a better overall tool. Just the sustainability that you get from that compared to the Troop Decimation, I think just outweighs what people want. And I guess the knockback as well is just pretty nice when everybody else is just slapping on you, slapping away at you. Anyways, but yeah, maybe at game number 5, game number 6, when all points are already used up for Takeda, that could be a huge possibility here, because Takeda has been used multiple times by multiple teams right now, and as you mentioned, he has been such a vital pick. So maybe the sub for him might be Yue Shan. So this is something to kind of think about just for the moment. Now, as you mentioned, we are going to be coming back into the Morris Isle, so we'll see what the next step is for some of these teams. I think one of the teams that has been struggling that we both of us were very excited to actually watch out for has got to be 3T with Tenoshi, but they haven't really found that much success after like the 3v3.
Yeah.
They've been okay, but they've been definitely visibly struggling.
I think before we get into Tenoshi and our players here, I feel like another hero that's really not getting any love is Kurumi. Once again, Zipping Yin has taken that top spot of being the support character of the game. Again, Wuchen does bring a lot to the table with Barrier, with Tai Chi Rift and whatnot, but not dying is really such a great aspect of Zipping Yin's kit. But in any case, we go back to what you said about Tenoshi, who did do amazing in solos. But like I said, maybe the star power isn't translating as well in our trios. On the other hand, we're actually seeing some of our players, who kind of struggled yesterday, are flourishing now. Paralyze is one of them. Paralyze, I believe, had one top 3 finish in or 6 maps. But now we get into the game here. Are we going to see yet another early stage brawl? Most likely is the answer as we head back into Morris Isle. And it's actually Foods between Edwards. And Edwards rocking that greatsword unsupported, but Foods gets jumped by the rest of team number 4. Team number 7 is here as well. They try to get as much trades as they can. It's actually Killer Tops being the first to fall. Does have a spawn still expend, but nope, they get him back up. Edward, on the other hand, is... well, again, going into the Soul Shrine there.
Yeah, a bit of a mistake from Foods there. As you saw, he didn't time the parry perfectly against the charge strike. Any case, this is going to be bad for them because another squad comes in that is going to be FA, SLG. Can they really be able to fight up against this? Oh. No, yeah, they absolutely can. Temok Zephyr Prison makes it so. I'm speechless. Okay, FA, they're out. Okay, they're gonna be having to go for that rebirth.
Yep. Well, I thought that was a great re-engagement there. FA not having the greatest of starts. They're already losing their rebirth as quickly as, but it doesn't really matter. They did get a few picks here. Kawhi launches that Spirit Slash just to get them a little bit of space. Mang, who's been a pretty consistent performer so far. Beautiful, beautiful Ning ult here. Gonna prove so deadly. But there is a stun happening on Kawhi and Eco win. And like I said, that beautiful Ning ult is gonna turn that fight on its head. Aserai, yet another team getting burnt of their rebirth. As looking around the corner, you have team number 10 and 12 duking it out. 3Q, they look like they have the clear advantage here, but suddenly Hugo gets knocked out. A pretty even trade. Tomas does silence one player, but the Ominous Blade is gonna come just to finish Jimmy off. And man, wow, they look much better, at least on this start, compared to the rest of the maps. The rest of the maps that we've seen so far.
Sure that. Twilight Crimson activated here. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Another Nightmare used here from the Val de Qui. Oh, where did this come from? The Greatsword, Tomas goes down the steps and trips up Teen Ranger with Magic Cuck. Just slices and dices. Yeah, boy. Okay. Actually cancels his ultimate there. Backs away, tries to revive their teammate right now. Teen Ranger trying to use the F ability, but it's not good enough. He's one more from being knocked out. And how quickly can he get away from this? Oh, he is trying to space himself even so farther away from these opponents. Thankfully, there's no range attacks that is obvious there from Mang, and they cut their losses as Blue joins in onto the fight. Another team comes in, and another team comes in. Oh my God, Raph, there is just no time to breathe. This is 3T and Blue on the other side of both compounds. What a slap in the face for Mang as well as this squad right here and now. Oh my goodness. Tenoshi and the rest finally finds a bit of opening, but right above them, it's Blue, Kedjup, and the rest. I think, yeah, this is a team that can always challenge up. Okay, Ominous Blade used up. Kedjup is solo, and he's just going to be waiting that rescue if his team can even win this one because they've taken so much of a beatdown already. Taichi Rift just to create that safety of escape. And they will be able to get away from this one. Can they chase? Do they know where Blue is? I don't think they do. So at least Blue will live to fight for another day here without being reset this earlier on.
FA's already racking up the kills here. We see some off camera. In any case, they're still fighting in that compound over there. But you did mention that team number 3, Tenoshi's team, could be on the hunt for Blue. Just right around the corner once again. Cerny is still shopping. Maybe potentially getting a few upgrades, but is it worth it? The armor does get chipped away. Cerny's gonna have enough time to top himself up back. Is he gonna return to the fight? It doesn't look likely, as Blue, they will relegate their energy into escaping and give this area up. But EDT, ooh, once again, yet another Zephyr Prison is being popped here. How is it going to affect the White Death? Does still get that finishing blow. Now they're getting corralled slowly but surely by EDT. They do get that free res on Eco Win. Once again, the beauty of the Tai Chi Rift. Fairly expensive. It's still very much worth it, not wasting any of the rebirths if they even have any.
True enough, but they're still spotted because again, Tai Chi Rift only gives you, I believe, 40 meters of distance with your TP out. So I think they were still very in the line of sight of their opponents. Tenoshi here wrapping around Blue as they really want to commit to this fight. F abilities for the Wu Chan already used up. Blue using the Ominous Blade. Seems like Tenoshi here in the rest using the same in turn. And they overwhelm. I think the problem here for Blue is they just clumped up into a position where the Ominous Blade just dealt maximum damage to at least 2 of their players. And now it's only... Yeah, Sir Nay. I was going to say Sergey. No, Sir Nay that got picked off, and that's going to be that for Blue. I think they still do have rebirths, as you do say, Rap, because we still are at Corruption 1. But this is not looking too hot for Blue because they're back to the drawing board once again. There it is. Arctic Wraith activated. Hook pick. What's it got to do? Temmel's Prison used up here just to trap the rest of FA. They back away for now. Create a bit of space. Great shots with the rifle here. And what is happening? It is so confusing, but it seems like FA are coming out just a little bit on top. Never mind. Oh, no.
You jinxed it.
I jinxed it.
But the power of Justina. Beautiful dodge on the Monk ult. And Minds still looking to get a res on Loves here. I think they're just waiting for 1max for his ult to run away before they finish him off. And there you go. This is the recoil I was talking about. The recovery period of de-transforming is just really not the greatest. But Minds actually getting manhandled by 1max here. Unfortunately, he can only do so much when they're clearly outnumbered.
Yeah.
And Minds and the rest of FA take yet another victim for themselves. Meanwhile, Mang, once again, trying to work that Ning ult, but this time it's not theirs. A counter Ning ult on the side of Thomas saves the skin of Kanor. But Kanor still eats a horizontal, rather a vertical off of the longsword. Not the funnest of times here. Mang down to 2 players. One is still fairly healthy. Meanwhile, Tenoshi is looking for an isolated fight yet again so he can dominate. But yet another squad shows itself, and it's NBPH foiling the plans of everybody.
Ooh.
And now Thomas, who was relegated to be the rat, has been found, has been dealt, and has been exterminated with.
Okay, T-Ranger and squad number 12 here joins in onto the fray. Tenoshi and the rest realizes this. Tiger's already activated his Titan's Call there. Can he actually grab anybody? It's going to be Magic Cook. There it is, and this...
Ow.
You know, this cooked has been served up to the masses with that piñata. Oh my god, through the tree line as well. Great snatch overall. And Tiger, well, he's got the eye. He's got the eye of the Tiger, man, with these snatches.
Once again, I will not acknowledge that. As Tiger and your 80 references, they're tired. They're gonna de-transform. He's gonna go back and chill out a bit, wait for his rage to fill back up. NBPH, though, I don't think they have too many points on the board still. Astra, I don't think they've garnered enough with the fights that they've been taking, and IK just look to finish this. But 3Q and Tenoshi have different plans. 3T, rather. And yet another Ning ult coming in from Tenoshi here, going for anyone, really, and it's Waito getting stunned up, or actually trying to finish up the stun here. But the counter Zephyr ult, Zephyr Prison rather, it's gonna delay it just a little bit. But Banana Ice is still getting chased down to the ends of the earth. There you go, Banana Ice finally getting taken care of.
This is looking much nicer for 3T. Every fight that they've kind of gone up on has worked in their favor. Maybe it was just the nerves that were starting up for them because they look so much more convincing come what may into this one. And yeah, they found another pick onto Fishball. Kwaito will be the one to get that final finalizing blow. Still pretty earlier on, but we are already expending a lot of rebirths already here, Raph. More
been a long
I wonder
time since I've
if
seen
he's
treasure
the
of
last
this
player
quality.
on Team 2. I'm not entirely sure, but he is traveling alone right now as the rest of T-Ranger and Magic Cook is looking to pursue him, looking towards this particular building here, this Immortals Temple. Okay, he doesn't find anything. Eco in though. Zhao Shelby was absolutely phenomenal a while ago with Titan's Call, but now he's actually going to be playing as the Wushan. And now they're just keeping tabs on squad number 8, XCKK and Sid King, IK1 right in front.
Still trying to get a little bit of distance between them and anybody else on the scoreboard. They're trying to recover, but EDT popping the Zephyr Prison again. ED over, looking to get scrappy with everybody as long as there's rather slowed. But it doesn't look like this investment is turning out very well for them as EDT is getting slapped around. As Worlds on Lobby 28, they do put their names on the board here with a total of 6 kills, so that's quite a bit. But you did mention the accuracy of the Titan's Call here, Asarai, and now come. Getting a double whammy before he beat Titans. And Sid King getting rezzed up here. They do have a plethora of items to heal up.
Clapping two people together. Oh, yeah, that's that's not what you want to happen. They find themselves in a sticky situation here, Raph, using a bit of ultimates already at the very start, but hold on. Ominous Blade from Kawhi comes out and just destroys Sid King there. Great parry overall. Reads the bell, stops it in, but it seems like come, not able to win that fight. Zhao Shelby with the rest, able to do so. This is Chill, mind you, showing to us what they got in store for us. Tenoshi, ooh, this is not, this is risky, but yeah, they got the heals, but Tenoshi's going to be opening a present here. He should be hearing that there's opponents right in front of him, and he cares not for the woes of men, as this god is going to try to challenge everybody. He does have the Viper Ning ultimate activated right now. Nether Nightmare activated.
Oh my goodness.
And he is looking for an opportunity to activate that. Excuse me, the Twilight Crimson. I keep mixing it up. I apologize for that. In any case, it scrambles the rest of the opponents to back away. And were they successful to scramble away? Oh yeah, Tai Chi Rift gives them that space. I love the verticality, teleportation of that one. And as you can see, Plex is just making sure that he can keep tabs of where Tenoshi and the rest of 3T will be going to.
Once again, guys, we are entering the transition period of the circle. Everybody's just kind of trying to get a good spot to hold out and bunker up on. As Blue, I don't think Blue has found too many kills even this time around. I think they have 5. They will run into Tenoshi's squad, though. I don't think Tenoshi nor this team is really ready to fight. They don't have any ults available, so they're going to do this the old-fashioned way. Ample does throw down the barriers to give them a little bit of a defensive field here. A jump down from Kejov. Not working out for him. His armor is going to get shredded. Cerny will also pay the consequences of that. But we are going to see a Ning ult on the side of Kejov here. Is this enough to turn? Tenoshi and the rest. Quaito not as healthy as Tenoshi, as I mentioned. And there you go. Tenoshi 3T eliminated from this map at least. No more rebirths left for them.
Man, they got pinned. That Spirit Blades from Wuchan really started things off, and I think Tenoshi using the Twilight Crimson way too early in that fight when they scrambled away. They definitely was in dire need of that one to kind of follow through. You were hoping for the Yuishan, and now we see him right here. Troop Decimation activated. This Berserker mode, will he be actually successful at getting any damage whatsoever? Everybody's just running away from him. This feels like when you're squatting away at bugs, right? You have and you have this bug swatter, and everybody's just trying to escape. That's basically what Worlds is, and he is using a lot of this Truth Decimation to not really massive effect. And Worlds caught inside the prison. He might be an inmate for now, as here comes the Warden, the Titan Skull from Edward. Oh, this is just horrible inside the Zephyr prison with this Titan. This is looking scary, and Love gets snatched. And will Love persevere? Oh, he's actually good. He got dropped. Okay, no big damage overall for FA. And Edward, it looked good for the first snatch, but he needs a second one to really get the value off of this. And Minds is doing a fantastic job at juggling both Edward and Worlds. And now, as Edward runs out of the ultimate, backs away, goes up into the cliff here, but he's going to be in a 3 versus 1. He's trying to run away back up into the tree. This gives him a little bit of space to heal back up, which is good, but that was so much ultimate usage for basically nothing here.
Yeah, and now we have a quick look at Zevi and the rest of NBPH. As they traverse the map, they are pretty geared up, and I believe they have pretty solid Soul Jades on them, so they're going to be fairly tanky coming into this last fight. Do they have enough repair kits to last the poke war? Yes, they do. EDT, once again, relegated to rat duty as well. Team number 12 is just around the corner. They have the same idea, but they can and potentially will collapse on any teams that would choose to fight. But they're gonna go for the stealthy way as NBPH roaming the area, waiting for their would-be prey, and Edward on his lonesome. Not a good sign, especially when I think that did give a bit of a sound cue.
Yeah.
NBPH not too interested in taking that fight in particular. But now here we go. Chaos just over the hill. We can see it on the horizon. But Team Destiny, not having that UA Shan, not gonna have a frontliner when they decide to fight here. Team number 12 already getting hammered away by NBPH. NBPH just could not, unfortunately, finish that kill. They do push them into the corruption, so that's the consolation prize. NBPH looking to Mamba out as quickly as they can.
I get an escape if they can be able to make it, but I think that's not what's going on in their heads here, Raph. They're looking for the kills. Okay. Hanging dash, maybe? Nope, not gonna happen, just for now. And they're just trying to go overboard. Oh, SGL. That foods. Oh, no, he got eaten alive by Blue here. Blue is actually looking so strong now, right now, Raph. A couple of fans were actually in the chat, you know, talking a while ago that they were like, Blue, what's happening? But now, game number 3, looking so much more different. As I feel like they're the leaders of the pack here for this third games of ours. Anyways, Taichi Rift, Eco win, Kawhi brought into safe territory for the moment. They're not entirely safe, but at least gives them again a bit of space to recuperate their losses just for the moment. Okay, I thought it was another Taichi Rift, but not really. Just to Spirit Blade, just for a bit of safety as they try to pick up some more items here for their own end. Minds, FA is still in it right here, Raph. They're not done just yet. And now...
Definitely are not.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm done. I'm done. I'm good. They're not done.
You're done, but they're
I'm
not.
done.
Is what we're trying to say here. As FA, we did talk about them as being one of the favorites, one of the more consistent teams of our day number 2 here. Let me remind everybody who just tuned into the stream that this is the grand finals and our top 2 will move on to represent Southeast Asia on the world stage. So once again, good luck to everybody. But FA is already looking like they're uninterested in luck and just kind of want to secure that position. Meanwhile, team number 12 still looking for literally anything they can find. Team Destiny's kin is right there. I'm not sure if Team Destiny's are ratting or they're just missing one, but they're playing pretty far apart from each other.
Maybe they could be ratting just to
Blue's right there too.
Spread. We'll see. Yeah, you're absolutely right though. Okay, knock search. Oh, he falls. Separates from the team. That's not what you want to see. NBPH though, who's gonna be the onlooker to fight? Seems like Juno-san getting pummeled, although they're looking all in his general direction. Flamebreaker comes in. NBPH, this could be the great bait, mate. And it absolutely is, Raph. Zephyr Prison was used so far away as well from N9, so whatever he wanted to do there to create space for his team just did absolutely nothing. All right, NBPH.
Fantastic.
Okay, this is not the best of positions for them because Chill is back into the fight. Although NBPH pushing them back, Eco win, forced to use the Twilight Crimson. And he's praising the gods here as NBPH, they get tethered, they get tied up. And it's only Juno-san, I believe, to remain from NBPH. The hopes and dreams of NBPH to get anything farther away. Hold my my statement there. Zevi is also here, but that might not really matter as much because they are not looking too hot with their resources. Do they even have any ultimates to fight back? Looks like no. Oh, Juno-san went back. Oh, he just wanted to help out his teammate. But yeah, that's about it. So, as you were saying.
I thought NBPH was the team with the Flamebringer. I thought they went Ning into Flamebringer combo there. But again, getting third party, no matter what you have, if you're caught at the wrong time, you are absolutely going to flounder. FA again having a big gear lead here. Team number 12, they know this. They're just kind of chilling, waiting for maybe a mistake, an opening to happen. But other than that, nice God over. Maybe this is not a fight that they really want to take Astra. Again, like I said, the armor disparity is big. T-Ranger trying to land a few pot shots, but now gets collapsed on FA. Magic trying to do something here in the back line. Even lands a few shots as Noxer is trying his best. But unfortunately, the rest of his team gets absolutely decimated, barring T-Ranger. Where did T-Ranger go? Now we see yet another rat, Lonely Milo's. But Noxer, again, this is going to be an interesting tower battle. As FA, I feel like they're just looking to be the cleanup crew for everybody. They found Magic Hook and Noxer as well. Not afraid to use that Flamebringer.
Oh, I think Noxer, or rather T-Ranger, is trying to delay time so that Noxer can heal back up. He is at least trying to be the bodyguard for his teammate there. But how long can he really, protect?
That's really the question here at hand. It seems that they've been doing a good job, Asari. They could potentially drag another team into this fray also. If you're looking at the bottom floor, I believe that's team number 2, which is Destiny. Unfortunately for them, they still don't really have a hand up over FA gear-wise as well. But team number 5 is also in the courtyard. So this temple madness is just something that's waiting to happen. As everybody seems to have hit a reset point. Team FA looking to be a little more proactive and hunting down the rats as Noxer is just right there too. Maybe saw FA fly out of there. Is FA still going for Morris control here? Or rather a blessing control? Doesn't seem the case. As team number 2, they spring into action. They see Noxer. Now they're the ones on rat duty. As number 7 is also here. Oh my goodness. Like I said, Asterai, there's gonna be a lot of rats this game.
The shadow thickens.
Okay, we still delay things just a little bit more. As you mentioned, everybody's just scurrying to find a bit of cover. All right, now they find one. There it is, the first rat, Puck Pick. Trying to run away here. But out in the open, Hall of Penitence. Not going to be his penitence. Well, maybe it is. He's going to have to pay for being alone. And that is going to be that for Puck Pick. He's down already, but right above, this could not be too insightful for Destiny, as they are right across FA, but FA could say the same thing. They have Chill to worry about as well, and of course, Team Blue that is still just, chilling, maybe just having a nice little conference call right underneath of us. There it is, the Flamebringer to create some massive damage of AoE, especially now that we're closing in onto our corruption, as it is already corrupt Shadow 5 that's right in front. Milo every day? Is Milo okay? He's trapped? Okay, he's good, he's fine.
Nice, fine. But I wanted to highlight team number 12. Still have not really decided to join the common rabble here as FA, the hunting party. They see one of the members from Destiny being perched up here. But now since Destiny couldn't do any damage on that initial approach, I think they're just going to get snowballed upon here. More actually the victim of a parry. It's just running for dear life, but the zipping yin is just too much to handle, giving him extra space. And now it's a turn. Mines has to teleport away here, but Loves is pretty much naked with no armor. Loves did have enough time to recuperate. Paralyzed is still in the middle of a fight. Now playing bodyguard for Mines as FA. They kind of want to take back that advantage that they had here. A bit of a overcommittance, Asterai, considering... Well, actually, no, that's fine. Team number 2 pop UA Shan ult here. So I think with FA doing that, the
my
pressure
Lo.
that they have been... Well, there you go. The rat has been dealt with by Mines. So that's going to be one team left out of the board. We have 13 people left alive. I believe 3 more full squads with FA Blue. Destiny is quite full also. So that makes 9. So there's going to be some incomplete squads, some rats here. I think Chill 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 is still in the equation. Or rather, Chill Chill is still in the equation. Look at that. We have Blue decked out for the late game here. So this is by far the best look that they've displayed all throughout the maps. And at the tail end of our first half too, Asarai.
Fight on top of the rooftop here. Is it really a fight or just dancing in front? No, they're just dancing for now. Chill. Great position overall. They spot right across them will be FA, fully healed up, and you're absolutely right. It looks like FA were able to reset themselves, even though it looks so risky where they were. Blue is just right underneath waiting. Cernay, he might have actually given away their position. I wonder what FA is going to deal with this now as Noxsearch. You know, what are you doing there, buddy? Just hanging around. Anyways, FA... Okay, using their superior weaponry, their firepower on that long range. As now they spotted a couple of opponents here. Noxsearch is giving away. He's just so near the confusion here, the madness, that I don't know if he's going to survive for long. Now, great parry overall. There it is, Twilight Crimson activated, but it's so close. They have to break line of sight. Paralyzed, he gets stunned, but he opens up the treasure chest that is Blue. Has to back away. This is so bad of a positioning for him, but now he has the ultimate. Dodges in first.
Paralyzed.
Oh, he's still alive. 1 HP. Well, Paralyzed is still surviving, and he has time to heal. He has time to heal, Raph. He is good. This Zephyr Prison is giving him enough space to reset, and even though the members of FA are battered, they are still alive. But the problem is that was only a delay tactic because Blue is still full HP, full everybody. Where are the rest of the opponents? Right above them, I believe. But Blue definitely is right now at the king's seat, looking to be so devastating against the rest of the pack. Paralyzed and Mines, because of the Matari ultimate, are able to be invisible and start healing on the side of the wall here. But they've lost Mines in the process. I don't think they can get him back up to 3. So this is just looking to be Blue, looking now to show themselves and strike the opponents left here and start racking up elimination points.
Oh my goodness, this is pretty much a mosh pit here. There's a lot of verticality, but there's not a lot of wiggle room. As all our players are really just kind of getting into this. Oh my goodness, I can't even tell what's happening here. All the ults, Kedjov standing here just to get that Ning ult pop. And oh my lord, that's going to be goodbye to FA and goodbye to everybody else. But a bit of a 1-on-1 is happening here between Noxsearch. What?
Noxsearch! Oh, what? He stole it! He stole it from underneath them!
I was about to say that Blue had that in the bag, but with the chaos that was happening in that tiny hallway, and Noxsearch just really playing the long game here, I was like, oh yeah, no, wait a minute. Noxsearch is a rat. But again, congratulations. That was well played. That was incredibly well played. Amidst all that chaos, we still had Team 12 pulling it through. And my goodness, congratulations to Nice God over, despite having a bit of a rough start, Asarai.
Noxsearch was kind of sus there.
That also means FA finished second again, because the last person I saw that died was Loves.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
They're going to be keeping that firm lead in control still. But wow, what a play by Noxsearch. That you really cannot discredit that man for that. But I feel like that was such a great build up to that final circle, because everything else was pretty pedestrian. It was like, okay, it's a pretty standard circle.
Yeah.
Everybody's rotating. It's peaceful, whatever. You know what I mean?
So I think what happened at the very, very last corruption before it enveloped the entirety of Moros Isle there was we saw Loves, I think, have his Ominous Blade up again. And I think the players of Blue actually went into the safe zone and got basically clumped up, so Ominous Blade was able to do maximum damage. Of course, it was just too frantic to see, so we'll probably have to rely on the replay to clarify that. But I felt like that was the reason how FA got into second place, because again, that was not really supposed to be what transpired. Any case, this game 3, I think, really tops off both Game 1 and Game 2 because the story is being told here, man. Like this one, 3T looking to redeem themselves and then losing to Blue just as they were trying to get back into the fray. I think one of the problems that we saw from 3T isn't really their ability to do team fights, but rather their ability to understand what economy is available for their opponent to use, what resources their opponent is able to use. Because again, I think they just got outmaneuvered with the ultimates too. But even though I say that, right, that's because Blue was just able to really hold off up until the very end when they know that they can use it optimally and just wipe out their opponents.
Absolutely, and I kind of I'm excited to see the last few fights there, especially for FA. I thought FA had such a big advantage over the other teams that potentially that last fight, right after the one they took with, I believe it was Destiny, I thought that was fairly unnecessary. They already baited out the Yue Shan ult. I think they jumped onto Blue for whatever reason it was. But you said it, man. I feel like this map has topped off every single map we've seen so far, at least for the day. Wow, you gotta feel something if you're part of FA right now. That's 3 times now that they were denied of that big #1 spot. But in any case, in the leaderboard, they're still leading. So, you know,
Yeah.
at the very least, the consistency is there.
Yeah, so, I mean, the story for FA is just they're just that strong. So it's going to be everybody here right now to try to catch up. But the question now lies, can they do that? Because, again, we're halfway there. And it is just not looking too hot for the other teams here. And would this mean that FA already halfway point is looking to secure themselves the slot for World Championship? Because they are very near, I think, at that point already because of just how consistent they have been this entire first half. In any case, talking about other teams, NBPH and Mang, the Filipino teams that we have here, gotta say, they actually really have good team fights, as we see from this one. But I think their luck just runs out because after these, they just tend to get third-partied a whole lot more. Maybe it's because they fight teams mid-game, you know, when other teams are actively looking for third parties or, actively looking for picks. But other than that, NBPH doesn't really, and Mang haven't really gotten that, I think, just groove that they were kind of hoping for to get into the last circle. Mang maybe did that in map #2 or game #2, but it hasn't really translated here to map #3.
So this was the fight that FA, I feel like that was the turning point. I feel like it was completely avoidable. But in any case, hindsight is 2020, and it is the heat of battle for, of course, the world stage. And as you mentioned, are they close to securing a spot? As long as they don't have a bad second half. But Kedjov, this was a beautiful Ning ult. Again, it was unavoidable at that point. And look at this. Surprise! Oh my lord.
Ah, yes.
What a steal.
What a slap in the face. This is what a slap in the face for Blue and FA.
I think aside from that, like, I think this was a Viper Ning game. We've seen so many influential Ning ults. Either it was in the late game or the early game. Definitely Kedjov deserves a spotlight here, gathering quite a few kills for himself and had that massive Ning ult in that last fight. And it's actually Team Blue taking the #1 spot here when it comes to points and placements combined. A big jump for them. Chill as well as here. Second place. FA actually falling third place here. But the point disparity is not that huge between our top 3 right now. So Astar, it's still very nice and competitive. Meanwhile, 3T, they've gotten themselves on the board with 13.7. Lobby 28 with a decent score of 8.8. Destiny and SLG with 8 points to round out that top 8 for at least that map.
Yeah, so again, as long as you can get those eliminations, the multiplier still helps you somewhat to really advance up into that. So that being said, though, those teams that don't really have any kills right now are going to be struggling. And speaking of maybe put back into struggling territory. IK 1 and 2, look at that. Both of them only averaging about 5 points right now in this game, where both of the teams actually were able to win game 1 and game 2. So what will that do in affecting their score? Okay, here's the thing for our viewers as well. So we'll tally points after every 3 games. So after the break, we'll be tallying the first 3 matches. So at least we'll see who's gonna be in the lead for the halfway marker. So I'm wondering if IK and IK2 are gonna be a close top 2 or top 3. But that is gonna be at least something to, at least just something to watch out for.
I think we might be watching, or rather getting the overall later on, Asarai. But in any case, the first half of the day has been fantastic. I feel like there were a lot of surprises. We've already seen our favorite moment there. Once again, getting stolen away from FA, getting stolen away from Blue. But on Blue's case, they still managed to get that top 1 spot for that, just for the frags and the sheer multiplier alone. So with that being said, Asarai, aside from the biggest theft we've seen so far of the series, anything else that caught your eye in the last game?
That last game, I think, again, we're just seeing a lot better team fights happening and a lot better decision making on when and where to commit to those fights. Anyways, guys, we're gonna go on a break. When we come back, we finalize the second half of our tournament. Of course, we'll see the overall standings after those 3 games to see who's already in the leaderboards. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And here we are, guys, coming back after that half-point break here for the NARAKA Bladepoint World Championship Southeast Asia Qualifier 2022. My name is Asarai, and of course with me now is Raph. Will be, as I mentioned, continuing this grueling tournament for trios finals, man, where that game number 3, dude, I still can't get over the fact that we got ourselves a Mickey Mouse in the last of that, or sorry, a Remy. There you go.
What does it have to do with anything?
It's a rat.
I want to hear your side.
It's a rat, Remy from Ratatouille.
Okay,
it's a rat.
I know, I get it,
Yeah.
but like, you know, Remy's like a chef and stuff. I wouldn't associate him with thievery, I guess.
He still did, you know, stolen a bit of ingredients in the movie. And speaking of stealing something here, it's also the same with with, oh my gosh, now I forgot the name of the guy that stole everything from FA there in blue. It was Noxurk. There you go, from Nice Got Over.
Yeah, it was Noxurk, it was Loves at the very last, at the tail end of what happened, and we're actually getting no repeat winners at the moment, Asarai. So IK2 wins map 1. Was it FA who won map 2? Well, okay, points-wise, it was FA, and then Team Blue for, of course, Morris again.
Mm-hmm.
And we're gonna have back-to-back Morris games, folks, as before we jump into map 4. It's right there. You guys can see it. That's exactly what's gonna happen. The same thing that happened in the previous half.
Exactly. So, back into Morris Isle we go. Honestly, I also thought it was gonna be IK1 that got the victory there, as we were
I guess
talking
points
about.
wise,
Yeah, points wise, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or at least with the rank 1, with the overall win for game number 2. Anyways, that being said, now we do have the overall standings here. Hope of Village, this was I think the team that was surprising me bit by bit. 14.3, very respectable. SLG 16 points, Lobby 28, 21.6, TTG, EDT, NBPH at 13. That one, I think, kind of makes sense for NBPH because it was only up until game 3 that they started really heating up. Game 1 and 2, they were kind of lukewarm, if not cold. So,
I get your
they are kind of
sentiments,
struggling. Yeah. I'm just waiting now for the other 8th. That's the one that we really wanted to see. There it is.
Wow. Okay. That's a huge gap between FA and IK2. In any case, number 3, rather number 2 spot is still being heavily contended by Chill and IK2. I honestly thought Chill would be maybe hovering in 5-6, but with this bringing clarity to us and them getting a bit of a rouse for map number 2 and 3, bolstering them up into the 3rd spot, Asarai. And like I said, IK2, they better have the mental fortitude to hang on to the 2nd spot because there's so many teams waiting to take that spot away. IK1 is one of them. Mang is also very, very close to doing it. A few spotty performances here and there, but they're honestly within earshot of representing Southeast Asia in the global stage. So, you know, that's props to them. Props to everybody here, actually, for making it to the last day, of course, to our championship round.
And obviously, I think I brushed up on this as well, that I think that's one of Mang's strongest points, where they're very good at just being able to join in on a fight and get the maximum benefit after that, right? Not losing too much health, being able to clean up quickly and then looting up as soon as, and then not really allowing any other team to follow up against them or chase against them if ever there is. So Mang's timings have been, I think, one of their strongest points in the past 3 games that we did see. So definitely right. So there could be a point where they could really dive in on that for game number 4, and as you mentioned, overtake top 2. It's very easy. It's very doable for them. As for FA, if they can just continue this, again, as we mentioned, very consistent. If they don't get the top 1, that's fine. But if they can get these many kills, they can still be able to just rack up all the points. And we have seen FA do that over and over again. There's just nothing that really stops them from being able to sequence so many eliminations. And even though they get eliminated themselves, later on, they still rack up a certain amount of body count that at the end, it still doesn't really hurt their performance.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about the timings of Mang, right? But I feel like their transition game has been the biggest culprit. Maybe their choices of fights too, because so far they've been winning their 1v1s, right? But obviously when the third parties come in, they just really, really struggle. Maybe it's also the way that they run their comps. I'm not entirely sure if they had a I think they did have a Wuchen. They ran with the Viper Ning. The third choice, I believe, was pretty much a flex pick. But speaking of flex picks now, Astor, I think the hero allowance is definitely going to affect what we're going to see here today. Or rather, moving on with the day, we did see already a Yue Shan earlier from, I believe that was Team Destiny. So, in any case, things are going to be a little more hectic, a little more creative, potentially. Maybe less Viper Nings. I think Viper Nings have been stealing the show, especially in that last map. So, with that being said, again, we're just really speculating once more. What about Tenoshi? I'm not entirely sure what's been hampering their progress, because Tenoshi was fantastic yesterday, so consistent. We haven't really seen that same level of success today. But in any case, there is still the second half, and a lot of these players and a lot of these teams can still come online.
Absolutely. But again, clock is ticking. Wait, I don't have a clock in my hands.
I have.
There you go. Here you go.
You gotta watch.
Clock
Why don't you wear your watch?
Because it's heavy.
Just wear your watch.
It's just heavy. Anyways, enough of that. The more important thing is clock definitely is ticking for some of these teams, because there is a huge gap from the bottom 8 to the top 8, especially with FA, right? So I think the point differential is about 50 points on average. So that still is a really huge gap for anybody to try to chase on. And if we're looking at this halfway point, I did mention this before we got into the break, I think this is enough to at least secure FA if they're consistent. I think they're already in on this one. Of course, they can't play this willy-nilly anymore as to stand on their laurels, but that's still something for them to be happy about. Any case, NBPH already right in front. The combos, the happy birthday here for Gongi. Tries to bring back Zhao Shelby, but he's not going to be needed. Zippin Yin right in front. This is the perfect, I think, hero to get that 2v1 rolling, because you do have that survivability. Aromatherapy is very much positive for you. Look at that. Gongi is just so tanky. Nothing really that Kawhi can really do, but they can wear him out. He's not perfect. He's not invincible. So if they can space correctly, yeah, they should be able to win the fight and win the battle in the end.
That's unfortunate, though, for NBPH. Again, we're always going to see one team to be the victim of an early fight mishap, and it just had to be NBPH here. It does look like we have Team Destiny trying to recover what they can here, and wow, actually, Ashio with a successful sneaking mission gets both his teammates up here, no problem whatsoever, so they don't burn the rebirth just yet. This is going to help quite a bit in their longevity. As we see, I believe this is IK2 with Banana Ice already in a bit of a scuffle. You did talk about the spears early on, and we've seen quite a lot of crazy things happen in this hallway. And Banana Ice, I thought they had the jump on team number 5 here, but it seems to be the opposite case. Blue, they want to continue the momentum from that previous map, and oh no, indeed, as now they are getting rolled over. Aserai, IK2 getting cleaned out by Team Blue. Fortunately for them, they do have a rebirth.
Nice delayed slash there from Foods. And Killer Tops finds the final. Has Killer Tops been the third player with Foods all along, or was it been yeah, it was Killer Tops. I thought there was like another player that was there for SLG. Might just be hallucinating now. Anyways, Chill finds himself a fight against FA, though. This is a team that definitely they want already out of their lives as soon as this could be dangerous if they prolong FA's existence for the moment. FA can always go for that rebirth because it's still pretty early. Minds, though, in a 1 versus 3 from the looks of things, and he is just getting gobsmacked right now. Even having that flourish of the ominous blade. And that will be going back into the drawing board. Loves was able still to survive, but for how long, to be honest? Maybe just lose the fight already so that your teammates can start going into that respawn point to a shrine and at least get the fight rolling once again.
Absolutely. And team number 2 here looking fairly decent this time around. As I mentioned, without them burning that rebirth, they're gonna have quite a bit of allowance here. Can't really say the same thing for some of our teams here already. This looks kind of dangerous, but you know what? We'll go with it as XCKK looks to once again trample all their opponents here. Team number 8, not really in the best armor situation. Come is gonna get knocked down, so this is gonna be temporarily a 2v2. XCKK with the slow with the Zephyr Prison not really going his way. Has to pop that Yue Shan ult here. Oh dear, Troop Decimation used as a bit of an escape tool. I believe they still have a rebirth, so this isn't too bad, but it does look like he wants to at least play spoiler. But that is not meant to be, Aserai. His team has to get the hell out of there because XCKK is not really in tip-top fighting shape either.
Yeah, he's already exhausted all of the options that he had in terms of just being a threat to opponents here. Doesn't even have any heals to really top off everything. Right now, Worlds... thought he had any big opponents right there, but not really. Although he wouldn't really want to challenge anybody for now because of how weak his loadout is. Speaking of weak loadouts, that's not what Ping has. Already on the purple. Use the Zephyr Prison quite early here. Maybe to separate the opponents right there in front of them. It's... is it a great idea? From the looks of things, it seemingly is, but where is Ping going? I think he's anticipating that everybody's going to fall down, so he's looking to just cover the exit, which is looking to be the case against Squad 8 here with XCKK. I believe this is IK1. Any case, come has already used the Titan once again. Can he snatch Tenoshi?
Oh, it's Tenoshi too.
Not like this. I think he could snatch a second one if he wanted to do so, but time not looking too hot, so he needed to at least get one. Kwaito. Oh, this is bad. 3T. This is a team that can't really macro manage so many things happening all together. The pressure of the yoinks, as well as the teammates of come that is wailing on them. Finally, the Titan does get called off, but this is still a numbers discrepancy. Can they bring this back up to full Ping? As well, Tenoshi's the only one to remain here. And XCKK, he's activated the Troop Decimation, and boy, is he really decimating opponents here. Now, all he really has to do is win the fight. It's all down to Tenoshi. 2 versus 1. Can he do it with the Justina in hand? He is getting slapped around silly, and he cannot. Say goodnight, sweet Tenoshi and sweet 3T, as XCKK, Sid King, IK1, leading that particular fight.
That was a great turnaround from them. A big investment, but still, I think they're running double Transformers comp with Monk and Yue Shan. Now, Killer Tops on that Takeda. So this is going to be a fairly different look for SLG. They're not... I would say that their stack is not the greatest at the moment. They're going to at least spend a bit of time to scrounge just a little bit more. And now we go back into NBPH. Not entirely sure, too, if they found any more fights after that, but it does look like Zevi's the only one with a decent amount of gear on him. So they might just be yet another team that might look to be a little more passive. Aserai, 3Q, on the other hand, could definitely posture up in a more aggressive manner here, especially if they can spot Kejuf here running up the mountain. I think Hugo's already found him, too. They might just ensue with the chase. They already spent a few spools for it. But I think they've lost sight of their prey. And Blue does look like it is still a full squad. Apparently, there is a Morris Blessing coming in very soon. So all these teams rather that are rendezvousing in this area are ready to brawl for it.
It's very important. Excuse me. And we already know how impactful that really is. Now, here we find FA. Mine's the only one with purple armor here. I think they're just waiting to get their ultimates back online as well as just getting that scouting done. NBPH near the horizon. But it's another team that has sandwiched them. This is a three-way here, Raph. Between three trios, this is not looking too good. They need to at least find a bit of space that's not going to pinch them all together. Love's right there. Finds immediately one right in front of him and backs away. Doesn't want to touch that hot potato, at least for now. And talking about blue from a while ago, here it is. Aaron finds one. Did you see that? Cancels, or rather dodges the yoink with the troop decimation. Really good timing here from blue, and it seems like the Titan is getting pushed back. Big heals all together, and 3Q's abilities were just kind of wasted in this particular fight. Although, hold on, blue is still taking a bit of damage, but still, with that UA Sean, still so strong will be the troop decimation as the double hit from Catacal now back into the fight. People were wondering where blue Catacal was. Here he is right in front and right in center, as they get themselves almost all of 3Q, maybe one to remain. And of course, that is going to be Hugo. He's in a bad spot, can't really do too much. And in Watchtower, somebody is using the cannon.
It's a ballista, Asarai.
Sorry.
No difference. No, I'm kidding.
Okay.
Anywho, actually,
Ballista
no, it
cannon.
really is a ballista. No, it's not. It's just a ballista.
Okay, yeah, cannon ballista.
Yeah. No, they're two different things, but in any case, what are two different worlds is actually blue getting the momentum they need despite a rough map 1, map 2. Map players really reinvigorated them. Map 4 looks to be the same case here as Kejaf and Cerny. They look to recover a little bit of that lost health. It's not going to bother them too much, as IK1 do look to start a fight here with Destiny. All the teams, they have their ultimates, but it's going to be Tiger to pop the Ominous Blade first. Destiny doesn't seem to be interested in taking that fight there, but they could potentially set up for a turn here. There is the troop decimation, but the Ning ult is already out. They are going to get hit by the silence, I believe. This is the V3, but a beautiful exit out here. Still a very expensive outing there. I believe that was, what, 2-3 ults already? The Ning ult, of course, we had the Tai Chi Rift, and the Ominous Blade for that skirmish that ultimately turned out to be fruitless.
Yeah, absolutely. They kind of overcommitted to that, but I think they didn't want to prolong the fight too. Yes, it was an expensive use of utility or resources, but it'll come back up. You know what doesn't come back up? Their lives if they made a mistake, and rather their loot actually, if they don't want to lose all of that and go back to square one, especially against the troop decimation as you were mentioning it. That is a really nice hairstyle for Takeda. The pigtails. Anyways, off topic, off kilter. TTG right across Mang here, and it's already spotted out one, which is Puck Pick.
Oh dear. As Mang, once again, he talked about the strengths of the squad, but the rotations and their transition game may be in a little bit of a question, as Mancanor actually getting bodied up here, taking the brunt of the damage of the dual blades. But the Unseen Wings is going to give them an extra bit of protection. It doesn't seem that team number 9 is going to stop the onslaught. As you mentioned, TTG looking to be as aggressive as they can. Nor is going to be healing up just a little bit. And he might actually re-engage here. Pokpick, is he going to be disjointed? No, TTG is right here. The rest of TTG, rather. And that will be entering the next circle. What happened there? I was just saying that. Yeah.
We look elsewhere. That's why, unfortunately. But I think it's we do see again that Mang is one of those teams that can really catch you off guard with how well they can really win those fights. Ah, yes, here he is, Noxerk, the man from the last game.
Unfortunate that they have to rock with another disadvantage like this. 9 Wayne getting caught out, Asarai.
not their strongest suit. Okay, we do have Team Destiny here. Okay, and a bit of a fight inside the temple here. Okay, there's nothing that's happening. They're just, again, testing out the water, seeing if Squad 4 will be looking to commit to the fight. Again, just popping a couple of shots, but nothing really to be seen. Shipwreck Expanse, nice. Will be our safe zone here. Always love the fights there, especially when you get that high ground on the top of the barge or the ships. In any case, big fight coming in from Mang as well. As you can see here, they've already spotted out one. Valdequi, one of the opponents that they are going up against here, as the ultimate in the Tamulch activated, but that does nothing to quell the rage that is Mang. And boy oh boy, or Mang oh Mang, they do get themselves an easy 2 points there.
Easy 2 points indeed. Maybe not as easy as taking candy from a baby, but not the biggest challenge either. As we take a look at team number 4 here. Trying to, once again, transition into the circle. We are at the point where that's what we're going to see. A lot of just moving into better positions. As FA here, Asterai, with a firm lead. Still playing and not throwing caution to the wind. I love that. They're still not really overheating, you know what I mean? But look at this. Why could find a pick off here. Wonder where that random cannon shot came from. Now they're a little worried about any teams lurking behind them, as the shots are still coming, and Kawhi doesn't seem to be interested in taking that. Now they finally exchange some shots here. But Destiny, they got shredded to bits on a jump. Ashio was the hero of the squad last time, has to bounce out here, and Moore is getting also shredded to bits. Thankfully, no knockdown. He will manage to escape that one. Of course, the inherent nature of Zip and Ying gonna be a little more difficult to kill. Tiger expands the ominous blade, but a counter troop decimation is gonna be expended as well just to stay alive. And Destiny, they're brawling as well as they can here. No real clear winner, and that is going to be the Tai Chi Rift for IK2. And they're just gonna bounce out there. It does look like Gummy's also setting up his own Tai Chi Rift, but they choose not to. Meanwhile, this fight goes on again. They choose to re-engage. IK not looking too great here. Actually, no, they're looking fantastic as Destiny has the fates frown upon them. And that is the last time we'll see them for this map.
Not what I was kind of expecting there for Destiny, unfortunately. Especially when, as you mentioned, it should seem that IK was already exhausted after that initial fight. But it didn't seem like that was really the case. Anyways, IK1, on the other hand here, now going to be in a fight of their own. Viper Ning going to be using that Twilight Crimson to provide a little bit more pressure. And Gummy realizes again that pressure and just uses the Rift to get on out of there. Man, this Rift has saved countless lives. And speaking of lives, how is Olivier alone? Where is Loves and Minds? Well,
that is a good question.
Nowhere near him, I guess.
Yeah, well, maybe Olivier did burn that rebirth and just on the way back got separated. But we now have to put our focus back on Team 4 and 8 here as XCKK gets caught. Or rather, it was Gummy who gets caught by the grab. And Sid King, beautiful finish onto that one. Ah, man. I actually think that... I was about to go back to my point on FA, but again, let's just move past that. Team number 8 there with a beautiful, beautiful elimination, getting a few more extra points on the board. Once again, guys, that top 2 and top 3 spots are very heavily contested. As we look at Kawhi here, who's been very, very good with a Yotohime, actually finds yet another member of NBPH. NBPH, are they going to mount a rescue mission, or are they just going to completely bow out? It does seem like it's not in the books for now, as that body is going to be looted up, Asarai.
Yeah, well, it might not be in the books for now or not in the books ever. That Titan just... he has to D-Titan somehow, right? Because Loves is not going to fight that, especially outside or in the corruption. It's just no way in heck. Teammate... Oh, not his teammates, but... Why are they separated this much. Is it because of the rebirth? But I saw them just together a while ago for FA, right?
Yeah,
But I mean, they got
like
wiped up so early, so that means that they don't have a rebirth anymore. So how did they get separated like this?
Oh! Loves died from the corruption, I think.
Yeah,
Or
he
maybe
did.
he was shot, and then the corruption just finished him off. Oh dear, we were championing FA quite a bit, and now a haze is being thrown out by a Valdeki. PD over, has to get the hell out of there, as there's yet another Ravenous team behind them. Unfortunately for them, KHGM, their Monk player, is going to be eliminated potentially, as we see a Ning ult and a stun on T-Ranger. That's going to be yet another member on the board eliminated by EDT here. They're doing quite well here, Asar, but yet another team is thrown into the mix. This time it's Mang. Oh, T-Ranger might actually just get... no, I thought they were going to res him, but it doesn't matter. HGM might be the res of choice, but not until they deal with this looming threat that is Mang. Mang is all operating with full capacity though, Asarai. And with PD over trying to heal up, he's going to be the lone survivor here. Maybe, just maybe, he'll just have to rat this out.
Yeah. I mean, he could have made risked the res, but that would have been foolish, especially with Mangs just like right here, 3 stacked overall. I wonder if he can hear him way up into the trees. Looks like that's going to be a no for now. There's NBPH, Junosen, already down and dusted. And I think the last player from FA was just right there on the horizon where Kam was looking straight up. I think that might have been Minds that was being chased. In any case, this is not looking too hot for FA. Catacal on the other side. Chill here. Jal Shelby and the rest of his team all looking pretty dang healthy. He's the only one that kind of struggles in terms of the armor and whatnot, but him being the Wu Chan, it shouldn't really be that much of a detriment, at least for now. As long as he has that Tai Chi Rift, he's going to be much more useful for his team.
Yeah, as long as he does have that rage filled and ready. And Mang actually gets the final member of, rather the straggler there on EDT. They're going to do this happily. They're staying alive quite a bit longer in comparison. And I'm not entirely sure where this last circle is going to be, Asarai, as we see a lot of the teams just trying to vie for position yet again. Number 11 already, or rather IK2, already scouting out the area. I think they've already seen one. Foods and Love. Actually, I think that's Loves and Mines. They have to play semi-rat here. Food is definitely going to be super passive, as quite a few brawls are already exploding right across the map, and Noxsearch here cannot repeat the success of the previous map. The Swarm is coming out on the side of Thomas here. Still looking to zone out whoever could potentially jump onto them. And yet another brawl happening. Come. Being the firecracker that he is, gets actually bonked in the head. Does have that Titan's Call, but maybe, just maybe, saving this up for a much more sure situation. But instead, he gets hit by the grab. Actually has to back out here, Asarai. Actually, he hits the grab, not him getting hit by the grab. In any case, Loves actually gets taken out by something here. Mang looking much better. Still closing in on another target. Thomas is gonna choose and pick yet another victim here with the Swarm, trying to really get the most out of this. But not landing any shots here, just kind of chasing them away, getting their own map control per se.
Well, this is kind of good, though, because, as you mentioned, because of that map control, Mang can dictate wherever they want to go. And if they want to get that better spot that doesn't really pinch them, you know, with the corruption right behind them and opponents right in front, this is absolutely perfect for them. That Swarm just threatens so much damage that teams will have to respect. And, of course, Mang is just incredibly, what's the word here? Incredibly equipped. Foods, though. Oh, no. Got grabbed, okay. First Matari blink. Matari does have an incredible amount of mobility here, but there is no safe space for Foods. There's just nothing. He might even be forced to use his ultimate prematurely if teams actually commit to the... Yo, is that what I think it is?
It's a Blood Ripper.
Yay.
I think that's the first we've seen all tournament long.
Yeah, for sure. But going back to foods real quick, at least unless somebody really commits themselves to chasing down foods, he doesn't have to use that ultimate of his prematurely.
The shadow thickens.
I love that combo, just WM1. It's the best. But look at foods. The Matari. Again, I think Matari has... Oh, he discovered yet another rat. And there's a bit of an infestation happening here. I didn't think he meant to do that, actually, Aster. I think he just hit him by accident. But Mang with a cannon, looking for a little bit of splash damage here. But the closeout could happen soon. Doesn't look like Team 16 is too concerned about him for the meantime. As Mine's last member of FA pops a bit of that demonic aid. But how long is it gonna last is the question. He will run into a team here.
Yikes.
But
You know what the problem is with Ras right now is this is the worst field to actually be a rat because there's no real good spot to hide on compared to the previous 2 games, to be honest.
the last circles, yeah. I feel
Yeah.
like I think it's doable still, especially with everybody's attention away from all of our smaller splinters of characters. And there you go, Zephyr ult being, or rather Zephyr Prison being popped here. And Blue look to continue the momentum once again. But they can't really get any ground here. The troop decimation is kind of keeping them at bay for the moment. And it does look like Come is gonna land a combo on Cerny. Now they pop their own troop decimation. And now they're gonna try and run into this contested themselves. He is gonna have a bit of a time advantage over this other Yue Shan. But it doesn't look like their efforts are focused on one team right now. Now they shift their targets yet again over to team number 11, letting Cerny here reconnect with his teammates. And now he'll just have to use this little bit of free time to get some health back, some armor back. But Come. Discovered by Kawhi, gets chopped in half with a greatsword. And what, like I said, a bit of a mosh pit happening here. Some swarm damage, stray damage getting in everybody's way. And Kawhi just cannot outspeed Kanor here. Now with the ominous blade being popped and being thrown into the field, now everybody disperses. They don't want to be in the mess of this. Kawhi Des has found a little bit of space again just to recover some armor. Ooh, but gets popped out of the sky by Kanor.
Well, to be fair, even though he created some space to be up above, he was kind of just hovering there for a good chunk of a couple of seconds. So Kanor, all he really has to do is use one of the spools, and he'll be able to chase him mid-air. But I guess the clairvoyance to be able to do that is pretty impressive. In any case, this has turned out into an all-out brawl, Raph. This is what what it feels like to be in a battlefield. My God, everything is just going into pure and utter chaos. Even more so than what we've seen before. I think this is turning topsy-turvy everybody. And there's a lot of players. Yeah, I was just going to say, there's a lot of players already used up a lot of their ultimates. Some of them might have theirs charged up again to full, such as Yeboy here with the Tamil Prison. So this is at least looking much finer for Mang more than anything else. Katakal delaying things with the ice, but not going to be enough. There it is. Okay, Zephyr Prison for Zephyr Prison. No, we can escape this. So the Viper ult, it's going to connect. Anybody to capitalize on this? That will be huge. And we are seeing takedowns left and right.
Yeah, I don't think anybody can because of the counter Zephyr Prison here as well. Tiger is still slow to all hell, but the Blood Ripper is ready to rock and roll. Who is he going to run into? Who is he going to chop in half? And he sees a victim, but can't really connect. Eco and gets shredded to bits, forcing him to pop that Ning ult. And Tiger might actually be the victim of a stun here. Just at the very edge. What a save by their Wu Chen. And the Blood Ripper is ready to go to rock and roll yet again, Asarai. And they're just going to play around Tiger. They have the center of the ring here. He's going to give a little bit of space to Banana Ice. And, of course, Fishballer to heal up. And any would-be challengers are already having second thoughts. He even pops the Ominous Blade for extra space as Fishball gets eliminated. Banana Ice not in great shape either. Mang looking so good. Was looking so good. Beautiful finish. Beautiful flurry onto that other Mang member there. One more member is all it takes to eliminate the squad. It's all demonic-aided Kanor here. He is absolutely throwing haymakers, but now it's finally gone. He has to heal back up. Don't let that Blood Ripper find you. But he's zoning everybody out, Asarai. Just realize there's only 3 members alive. Actually, no, it's Mang. They finished it completely. I got lost in the Blood Ripper and everything. Got too hyped up for that. But beautiful, beautiful stuff by Mang. This is definitely going to put them into our top 2.
Absolutely. What a tremendous performance coming out from Mang there. At a certain point, I felt like Tiger was just kind of making worth the purchase or the take of the Blood Ripper. He's just using it
I
willy-nilly.
was like, wow. And then at the same time, I was like, oh, what happened? The Mang basically hit him with a big surprise.
Yeah, that was kind of anticlimactic with the Blood Ripper, but you know what? What wasn't anticlimactic, what was very climactic was Mang again. This team just showing to us how well they can read the presence of the battlefield and pick and choose which fights will maximize their advantages. And boy, did it actually help them, especially when it was just so chaotic, so pandemonious in that last couple of circles. Everything was just flying everywhere. Bodies were getting dropped. Ultimates were getting used. And it just turned into such a cluster wrap that I just didn't know who was gonna come out on top.
Oh, yeah. And I think this was really action-packed. I loved how the pace of this game, and again, the start of this half is already turning out, but I think we might have to slow it down. Once we enter Holoroth yet again, I thought that Mang actually had a bit of a slow start in this one, but again, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. A lot of shining moments from everyone, really. Again, the Tian Hai still finding a lot of value. Monk ult is as potent as ever. Still, we haven't really seen Tonoshi really pop off here, Asarai. Again, Blue also tried their best to continue their momentum, but a few stray fights here and there really wore them down.
That seems to be the main issue, right, for 3T. It's always just those 3 fights that really hurt their overall appeal to get deeper and deeper into each and every game. But that doesn't happen really with Mang. I wonder if it's because Mang's strategy is to fight outside the corruption, that they can minimize the amount of people that were actually willing to chase them down through corruption. And then whoever's just, with them, they'll be able to confidently win against. So it doesn't really matter as long as, again, they win that fight, which they almost always do. That's the case. That's a really smart way of playing things.
I love that new animation. It looks so cool. But at the same time here, again, as we enter the last few fights, it just became so hectic. As you mentioned, not really any room for rats here. Bangkanor played their numbers beautifully all throughout the game. This time, we didn't get to see the separation that a lot of teams tend to prowl on. And like I mentioned, Asra, it's been pretty fine and dandy for their run here. I really thought that the Blood Rippers were going to make such a big difference for IK2. But maybe potentially an overheat happened there, maybe taking too many fights instead of making the other teams respect that they had obviously the gear advantage.
Yeah. That's usually what we saw also from last game, where that was 3T's mistake, I think, for just overcommitting against Blue before. And I guess that's also the strength of some teams, that they're able to just threaten and win fights without really even using their crucial ultimates at that time, so they can save it for just closing up fights, which has really come in clutch, especially for Mang here. Tiger, I really enjoy what he was doing here, but he kind of stuck too hard with the Blood Ripper again. Like that first sequence, that was good, but the second and third, he really didn't need to go ham like that. He still has a purple dual blades. He was perfectly fine with just being able to help out his team better off, right? And look at this. Like, I think they were already feeling that they were going to win, maybe pretty happy, but the thing is, they forgot that Bangkanor is still there, as well as Yeah Boy, and they really turned the fight back into their heads. And now looking back, or looking at who got the most kills, it has to be Bangkanor. Kaknor, Kanor, however you want to pronounce it, 12 eliminations with a total damage of 16,655.
Absolutely. And again, this may be a long time coming for them. They had once again, a pretty pedestrian first half. Not too bad, not too good. But of course, culminating into this big W for map number 4. Congrats to them once again. And like you talked about the Blood Ripper, and as I mentioned about the Blood Ripper, sometimes it's just a little too much fun to walk into enemy territory. So now we look at the standings here. Chill. Wait. If FA didn't... Okay, no. FA did get a few points. So they're still potentially number 1. But top 2 and 3 is probably Mang and Chill. If my math isn't off. Team Blue is also very close. Actually, sorry, this is still so hard to call despite having a big lead built up by FA. Considering they slipped up on this map, then maybe map number 5 and 6 won't be as much of a cakewalk for them. But IK2 and IK1, they're also making ground.
This is the highest that we've seen any team actually rack up points, 37 from Mang. I think the highest was like 32.5 a while ago, right? Or 35 something. 37's really impressive from Mang here, especially that they got 20 kills overall. And then we see the bottom of the second half of our teams here. Destiny struggling. NBPH definitely struggling as well. Hope of Village, nothing. 3Q, nothing. 3T. Again, not as good as we were kind of hoping for. 4 points only. That is very abysmal from what they need to threaten the first and second place prize for themselves. And I think you're absolutely right, Raph. I think maybe FA are still number 1, but not by a long meter here, especially when 37 points jumps up Mang's team all the way, I think, to like either high 60s or low 70s in terms of points.
Yeah, again, some of the bottom half, or rather the latter half of our leaderboards have been fluctuating quite a bit, as well as our maybe 8 to 6 slots.
Yeah.
Number 1 is really the only one that we've seen be solidified so far, Aserai. But other than that, I don't know what to expect already for Holleroth, considering that the allowance is just getting thinner and thinner for some of our teams. We might just see less Viper Nings now, maybe even less Tian Hais as well. So I wonder what they're going to use to substitute. I think the Justinas have been pretty okay in the grand scheme of things, being used as a bit of a main fragger for the team. But other than that, I feel like the hero pool is really running dry. Valdeki is still left on the table. Tarkaji is left on the table if you guys are really like desperate for saving points. But yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I mean, you can still commit to one hero throughout these 6 games, or almost all of the 6 games, as long as you do have other heroes that haven't been used altogether. Yeah, we do have, again, the item code for you guys. I actually just wanted to check real quick the hero consumption here. So if you use a hero 4 times in a row, 5 times in a row even,
it's 6 points, I think.
It's 6 points and then 10 points. So that means that basically you can still use the hero up until the very end. Like let's say they can still keep using maybe,
but everybody else has to swap.
Yeah, the Tian Hai or the Takeda, but you can only like swap once or twice for anyone else. But this is still at least really good, because again, it doesn't overly force some of the teams to adjust, extremely adjust to this. So I think that there still is a chance that we should still be seeing teams have their comfort picks, at least for this 5th game. 6th game, I don't know anymore, but at least for this 5th one, we still should be seeing their optimal pick still be chosen for this Holleroth map.
Yeah, there's gonna be a little bit more variety, definitely, but with Holleroth being, again, the wider map, the more open map, I guess there's a little bit more leeway for the character variety. I still think the fights are going to... Man, now that I think about it, too, I think Temok is going to be out of contention for some of these teams, or they're willing to build around the Temok instead of actually just swapping him out. But in any case, I think this is the point of no return, Asher. We keep talking about this on our map 5s. This is where the teams have to step up, because it's not entirely that competitive. for the top 2 slots, right? I believe there's only like 5 teams realistically in contention right now. So for you to be part of that conversation, you kind of have to really pop off for this map and the next. And that's also kind of relative to how FA, how IK1, IK2, how Chill, and how Blue, and literally everyone else is gonna perform. So you kind of don't want to rely on that either.
Yeah. I don't know, but we'll have to see because again, it still is very much up in the air up until coming into this 5th game. So I wonder what the adjustment would be for FA, because again, they just got the shorter end of the stick that early on. Maybe it was a freak accident for them. Maybe coming into the Holoroth, there is gonna be they're gonna be looking much finer here. So one can only assume. Right now, I think the only real question is, the better question is, how well will be the hot streak for Mang really be? Because they're looking better and better each and every game. They haven't really done anything big of mistakes up until actually not even not even at this point. So they're looking to maybe overtake everybody here and maybe even vie for that first place. Because again, we're not only just fighting for the World Championship slots, which is only the first 2 teams, which is really big in and of itself, but also the prize pool altogether being that 150,000 US dollars. So that's still really big if they can make it happen for them. Also, I don't think we've seen any teams get a 2-peat just yet. So only one team of each has gotten that 150 USD in their pockets. So we'll see if anybody can add that a little bit more right now.
Oh yeah, definitely we haven't had any repeat winners. Again, the bonus was pretty much swept by Tenoshi and Demo-san yesterday. So, I'm actually surprised Demo's not competing or his team didn't make it to our top 16 potentially, Asarai.
Yeah.
In any case, we have to once again shift our focus back onto everybody here. So far, Holoroth has been a little bit more forgiving on the rotations compared to the very, I would say, claustrophobic Morus. But once again, this is just off the sample of what we've been seeing from yesterday and today as well. Now, I feel like we've discussed most of the talking points. I think everybody's just waiting for the lobby to really gear up and for everybody to get ready for our final stretch as we enter the final stretch. So what do you think is happening here, Aster? I feel like FA kind of lost a little bit of momentum there. They were super consistent in the first half of the day. Now we're seeing a little bit of fatigue. You think that could be a value, or rather a factor, of what's been kind of hampering them now?
I think I already said my piece about how I felt like that might have just been a mistake on their own end. I don't think they've really lost any luster from this on this particular tournament. So just maybe that previous game, we still should be seeing FA still do as much as they can to perform come to this next game. So I think even though FA did make that bit of a blunder, it's still not going to be the end of the world for them. They haven't really fallen on their sword yet. They're still at least secured top 3, top 4 spot right about now. So again, if they can just get those points in again, they can at least create that gap once more. But again, it goes back to my point, how well can they make that happen, especially now that, again, Mang is on that hot streak. Such an aggressive team that definitely knows how to win fights and just obliterate opponents. Maybe it was also in the strategies, because we did see, I think, Mang play very passive, especially with the hero comp that they had. And then come game 3 and 4, we saw them actually bring out such aggressive heroes, such as that Yueishan and the Temel all together. So it is looking much better for them now as we go into Holoroth. Speaking of Mang, they're right in front of us, and once again the composition right is there alongside the Zip and Yin, so they do have a lot of regeneration here. Although, are they able to win the fights? Looks like that is going to be a resounding yes right now, Raph.
A resounding yes, as Mang, they will be the ones to force somebody to use the Shrine. Ashio here on the side of Team Destiny, still looking to get into a jump, but instead stumbles himself. Maybe, just maybe, has stuck a foot into his own grave here and has fallen into it completely. Have no fear though, they still have rebirths left, but a bit of a scuffle here in the temple. As far as everybody really loves to go into those hot spots, try to get as much loot as they can as quickly. And IK2 is off to a bit of a good start here. They did find Destiny. They also found foods as well. Actually, no, that's not foods. That's that's mines finding foods somewhere else on the map here. Quite a bit of action all around, actually. And it does seem that Tenoshi's team is also getting a little bit of mileage, Asterai. But if we're looking at the Soul Jades here for IK2, obviously at this stage of the game, right, you're not going to get as many as you would like. But the brawl continues, this time just outside. And wow, so much value off of that Sinister Slash there, that Spirit Slash rather. As Blue, they're losing this fight very, very quickly though, as Mang. They've found new targets and they want to engage, they want to keep eating, and they want to keep their momentum going.
Yeah, and no team can really rise up to the occasion against Mang here. Although that Zephyr Prison making things a little bit difficult for them to get out of that sticky spot, but they have to. So it's just teams are starting to corral near upon them. Blue, they were talking about this. I think it's only Kejov that's really to remain here. And Kejov, he's trying to fight back. Actually, Serne and Kejov are doing things as of the moment. Although Yeboy, he has the ultimate. Can he actually get the chance to use the Troop Decimation? There it is. He's brought it out. They're going to be in big, big trouble here, mister. As Yeboy finds an opening, slams it to the ground. No damage done just yet. Can't really find any targets. Blue is trying their best to space away from the Yueshan's decimation, but seems like it's not as clear-cut or as easy as they think it would be. And look at how they overwhelm Blue here. Serne running for dear life. Edok now joining in onto the fight. This is where Yeboy has no more big utilities to utilize, but at least he has reset his HP. Now, do they have anything other? I love it. Dip in and dip out of the uppercuts, and that's going to be one of Edok players down. Good parry altogether, but the numbers advantage still heavily in the favor of Mang. Yeboy frantically trying to go for these uppercuts. They can still go for the revive onto Thomas if they would want to do so, but the heals of the Zip and Ning really hurting their case. Zip and Ning and the Karumi. This is heal upon heal wrap, the healing wells. If you want to never age, this is what you want to do. Have a Karumi and a Zip and Ning in your team. In any case,
we talked about this yesterday.
Yeah,
right? Double healer comps,
but it's not enough.
Indeed, it is not enough. Asterai is EDT. They get knocked out here, and despite having all that sustain, maybe just really did not have the firepower to contend with the other team. Of course, the other trio, as we have IK2 now. Still have not left the vicinity of this temple, by the way, Asterai, as well as T-Ranger and the rest of the boys here. They are still trying to survive this scuffle. Nice God Over had a pretty good map. I believe that was map number 3, Asterai, but stumbled again when we got a bit of a break. Doesn't really matter. Those Knock Search also still iconic with that clutch. Hopefully he can do that again, right, and bring some good tidings to his team.
I mean, it happened on Holleroth, and we're back on Holleroth once again, so... Oh, wait, no, that was Moore's Isle, never mind. But you never know. Could always be a difference. Bane Breath, though. Okay, not as much damage as we're kind of looking at for here. Have we seen FA at all right now, or... I was kind of just wondering what was happening with them, but now Destiny... Okay, Valdeque's ultimate not yet up. But will they really need it? Looks like that's going to be a no. You can block all you want. But when 3 people are slapping down on your block, it's not going to work.
It's not going to work. Not as well as we have. Honestly, this is a pretty hot start for Holleroth, Asterai. I did lambast Holleroth a little bit to be a bit of a slower map. But it does seem like the teams are taking a bit more of a active stance, knowing that the points are getting much more scarce. And Zhao and the rest of his teammates not having the greatest time for loot either. They do have some decent weaponry, but overall, with just white armor, not very advisable to take a fight or any skirmishes whatsoever. Look at that, Edward already popping the Titan's Call. Already gonna D-Titan, actually. Didn't seem like he got too much off of IK2 here. I think that's Mines also behind them, so maybe a straggler, or no, it's Worlds. So many S's in the name. But squad number 4 is being dealt with very, very quickly here by IK2. Gummy, the last person alive, gets this arm and will now have to eat the double vertical from the spears. Oh dear. Full charge focus. Never really the funnest of times.
Lucky me.
Not really the funnest of times for now, but Milo. Okay, I wonder if. Okay, he still has his team. There's Foods and Killer Tops with a long time SLG looking still fantastic. Oh, just gets ping-ponged across the fight. Unfortunately, XCK, Sid King, this is IK1. They're able to at least chase down a couple more kills. One left to go. Aaron delays, but it's only a matter of time. Oh, he retaliates. Okay. But they cancel. Unfortunately, not gonna work out in his favor. The nunchucks only delaying the inevitable. And here we go. Chill, chill. They do have that grasp onto Kin here. He's getting at least choked upon. We'll have to force out his ultimate for that safety and just try to create space, get away, or try to capitalize and deal some damage back. He is kind of doing that. It isn't working enough, though. Looks like that's going to be not really, as Chill is still here threatening a response, although they still do have 3 of their players alive and running, as Kawhi has already used the troop decimation. I think he's also running as it's about to run out. So the tables have definitely turned as Destiny is here. Edwin spotted out as he was trying to heal. No, good sir, you cannot top yourself off. You cannot sustain, because here comes Kin on the hard chase against Eco Win. Does he have a rifle to pop a shot? Or sorry, a musket to pop a shot and finish off his opponent? Looks like that's going to be a no. And speaking of which, Tenoshi has already opted to go for the Tien High. Is it going to have the value as he D-Titans? Unfortunately.
Uh-oh, he's dead.
And he is donezo. It's Mang again that mangles the 3T team. And it seems like 3T just cannot find any bit of quarter here, Raf, unfortunately.
Unfortunately. I have to say, though, Tenoshi has had a plethora of heroes to his name. It was the Ning. It was now the Tianhai. Again, big team fighting. Big team fighting heroes. But wait a minute, before I can finish that point, we have a stunned 9 win here. Noxurge and T Ranger. Did he get that back very quickly, though?
Okay. I was going to ask if they bumped him out of the Tai Chi Rift, but that was the enemy's Tai Chi Rift, I think.
Yeah, they just peaced out. They knew that they didn't really want to take the fight anymore, but it does look like there's going to be a re-engage here by team number 6 as Boyachi is going to find some damage. Tries to confirm, even gets it. And that's Noxurge the Rat getting demolished as Boyachi, Chlorine, and Avaran. They're going to be pretty fine and dandy. We haven't actually seen too much of them as of late, Asarai. But Hope of Village still very much in this. As T Ranger gets spotted out by Eco in here. They're a little wary that what if there's a few teammates behind him, but so far and the signs point to him being alone. But now we see a big chase happening. Noxurge very uninterested in taking this fight as well. And once again, the game of transitions is gonna happen here, Asar. No real fights. 9-way, not having the best armor either, and I spoke too soon as Words is gonna come here and take it to Yeboy. We do see the Zephyr prison, but my goodness, beautiful recovery on their side.
Yeah, he stopped the transformation before it got a bit too difficult there. The uppercut to deny the spool. Perfect. Although where the opponent is, okay, the boop up because of the geyser there. Will they be able to chase? Looks like that's gonna be a no, but at least they're gonna guard the bodies so that can't revive that for Mang. Team 6, as you mentioned, Noxurge now looking, or rather Team 12, excuse me, looking to come back into this. Hold the phone though. Kin retaliates, and they're caught in such an awkward spot they couldn't really roll away, as those bits of wood just didn't allow them, and the nunchucks just slapping so hard. Very, very powerful combo there. Definitely putting their backs against the log. And that'll be Team 2, Team Destiny, winning a fight already, finally.
Absolutely. As I think this is really a really good posture for Mang here. Oh dear me. Not sure if that was intentional to fall down, but the Soul Jades are definitely stacking up as the game progresses. The natural progression of things. Killer Tops is definitely looking to be a little more decked out here, being the Tian Hai player. Foods, I think the similar themes from yesterday, right? Foods not having a great start, then Foods really exploding towards the tail end. But map 5 here, not a lot of room for error. As Love's Minds and Paralyze also trying to regain that top spot, Asura. I did say that FA was the team to look out for. They've proven it time and time again. But with a small slip up in the previous map, that has kind of knocked them down a few notches here.
Absolutely. Still, I don't think we've seen any of the top teams really get gutted just yet, so there still is a chance, at least for them to recuperate things. Quite closer to the end that we were kind of expecting here. Shadow Corruption, or Shadow 2, with already 24 players remaining. This isn't really what we were kind of expecting. Ooh, okay. Is that them? All right. I was trying to look where Team 1 is, so it seems like FA are still alive with 4 kills already. But yeah, Mang has already accumulated 12 kills, and even though they did get knocked out, that's still an incredible amount of eliminations for such a short period of time too. So I think they can still be comfortable with what they've already performed with. Any case, here you go, another fight to ensue. Worlds waiting just a little bit to dive back in. The Rift to get away, escape for the moment. As that Corruption is also turning into such a detriment for them. It's so interesting that Edward and Worlds are here. What a yoink! What?
Oh no.
It felt like it was so far. It shouldn't have happened. All right, hang on.
Get back here.
Get back here. Slaps it, slams it down. Slam dunk. Edward, no HP though. Can he heal in the nick of time? Oh, he can. Perfect. So now all they have to do is really get back into the safety of the zone. Tar hoping that maybe he could have gotten back in, but it's all fallen awry here for Kin's team, for Team Destiny. How far was that yoink from the Titans call? That was pretty lengthy.
It did look like that Team Destiny was in the middle of deciding if they wanted to attempt to save their teammates or just to run for the circle. But it seemed that they were in a 50-50. One wanted to do the other thing, and obviously we saw one escape and we saw yet another perish, right? As we see FA again playing a very, very careful and cautious game. Just kind of scouting out the area here, looking for stragglers to pick off. Foods and Killer Tops are a little separated, but the distance is fairly negligible as they do slowly close it out. But as I mentioned, Aster, I feel like that's also one of the biggest killers no matter what game, is when you hesitate to do or to listen to a call here. It does look like Blue, they have bigger problems than hesitation, as they are absolutely face tanking every ult ult known to man. Kedjuff does get away with an unseen wings proc, but how long can Amplixis also stay alive here, Aserai? Well, they do. Kedjuff does manage to heal up, but he has to kind of get back into this fight before Amplixis gets swarmed by the numbers. Amplixis is doing such a great job of dodging, though. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
He's really using that spear to as great effect as he possibly can, but since he doesn't have the blink from the Matari, he really could only do so much. He was just like a tiny bit before he could have gotten that blink out. And, oh man, that's just a slap in the face. He was so close, Raph. So close. Any case, SLG now on the hard chase against Squad 8 here, as Killer Tops and Foods finally find their victims. But can they be quick enough to chase in Sid King? Okay. Sinister Blade for Sinister Blade, but he's getting slapped around silly. Teammates come in to help out, but it's a little bit too late, and maybe a mistake to actually try to help out Sydney there. This might have all blown up in their face now because it's only XCKK to remain. IK1 running for dear life, and oh dear me, XCKK seems like he's not okay anymore. Because that's going to be that.
Yeah, I think it was Amplixis too. He did get caught by that whirlwind, so I thought he had a decent dodge attempt, but once again, the Temuk whirlwind was just a little too annoying to deal with. Very, very good control on their side, but now everybody's making a bit of a mad dash to where the circle is gonna fall. I believe we're gonna have yet another one that's gonna have awkward height placement yet again. I think that's also one of the strange things on Holoroth. There's a lot more awkward fights just because of how the map is designed. But no real fights happening here. Just a bunch of pot shots. As we have Team Destiny still managing to survive whatever ordeals have been thrown at them in this game. Fairly innocuous now is the game. Okay, this looks like we're prepping for a jump here on Ashiel. Where he propped down that first point for that Tai Chi Rift. As we also look at IK2. Also chilling. Again, not a lot happening here, Asare.
Not a lot yet. They've actually gotten a good amount of takedowns already. About 9-ish, I believe there for Destiny here. About the same with about 8 overall. You're so near one another. It is going to be interesting to see how well the fight will translate there. SLG, they're right beside. Whoever gets his high ground will get that first information first. It's 3 teams right now, right in front of us. And Foods backs away. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, they kind of try to space just a teeny tiny bit more here. Kedjuf? He's just by himself, right? He's the only lone survivor with blue. Wait.
Well,
where is FA? Now they fight
they
against
disappear.
Edok.
No,
There
no,
you
no.
go.
They were in the Bane Breath, yeah. I think they were going for
Okay.
the Blessing Control. There's another one coming into fruition very soon. But FA, they look like they're in good shape. We finally see a Kurumi here. That heal is going to keep them away. And of course, we hear the Tarka G ult. Gonna set the floor on fire here. Well, did set the floor on fire before he died. As Killer Tops is gonna walk in with a Flamebringer, and FA just want none of that smoke. They've already gotten their dibs, so they're just gonna leave right now.
Yeah, they could try to leave, but there's like 2 teams already pinning them down right across. One on the top, one right on the side of them. And this is not looking too hot for FA. Mine's the only one who's really jacked in terms of his loadout, as Paralyze and Loves still haven't really gotten anything too good aside from the blue armor itself. They'll have to just run away, and I think this is the reason why we didn't really see them commit too much in the fights, because they haven't really gotten the good stuff just yet. They're gonna have to wait a little bit longer, but now the problem is the loot is so scarce and probably not as high quality that they're not gonna find any value unless they win up against a team, or maybe just wait until they can get that third party, which I don't know if they're gonna be lucky enough to do so, because everybody is just looking really equipped right here. Raph, Tops or Killer, Milo's also into the side here, Edward by himself, teammate looking to finally join him up. And will Squad 7 commit? Yeah, you do hear at least a shot or so connecting. And teams are starting to collapse on one another. 16 players remaining. This is about 4.5 trios, if I'm not mistaken. Or 5 trios, excuse me. And then 1 extra player, if at least all trios are here. So we'll see how this can ensue. Asio, no luck though on the shots.
None of them are hitting. I'm just waiting for a trade to happen, but apparently everyone is just kind of, yeah, let's just zone each other out. It's not really important right now. As I mentioned, Asterai, Holoroth will take quite a bit of time for things to actually happen. But with the cannon shots on Tiger, he does land quite a few. Wouldn't it be funny if somebody died to the roller? I wish that would happen. I wonder if it actually happened, but we didn't catch it on cam. That'd be funny. But the
We'll probably see
blessing...
it on the feed though, but yeah.
Yeah, that is true. Does look like everybody's going in for yet another blessing here. Does look like everybody's kind of topped off on mostly... Some of these Jades are utility based, some of them actually just... Which one was it? I can't remember which player it was, but the one in the middle, mostly defense, so we see a little bit of our pseudo tank yet again. Look at FA though. So patient. Are they still a full squad?
I think they
are.
Yeah, they got away.
We still have one member on blue too. It's Kedjov. He's still hanging out here somewhere.
So
Oh dear,
SLG still alive as well. Ah, okay. Well, again, I think the big reason to this is what comp do they have? So they have Valdaki, they got Takeda, as well as the Zip and Yin. So not really the best team to go for an aggressive fight for delays and everything. Yeah, probably. And again, their loadout really isn't as high quality as I was mentioning a while ago. So any prolonged fight would just be horrible for them right now. So I think playing this passive is as good as it can get, at least for them. Unless, again, they can strike perfectly against opponents that are low HP. The roller! Oh.
A roller killed someone!
It's Gummy. He got gummed down, dude, by the roller, unfortunately.
That's the best part of the day. Okay. Aside from the thievery we've seen, and I believe that was map 3, the roller kills are my favorite. They're so funny. But at the same time here, very unfortunate for Gummy there. It did kind of get caught out. Oh god, this last circle was going to be so awkward. It's going to be a lot of teams looking to get into the valley, and some teams just going to play the height. And it does look like Destiny's going to be one of those teams that's going to be taking a lot of pot shots. FA has been discovered. IK2 and FA, they're going at it. And Banana Ice wishes that they didn't walk into this crevice here, as FA was fully prepared, but now they don't have too much utility on the board. But look at this, yet another party is to join. Mines pops a bit of the demonic aid here. Goes back the calls to just kind of go back here. Relax. We had a great position to begin with. Let them fight. We don't have to kind of interject there. We already have enough points to stay on top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, and what's kind of smart about that is he did use a demonic aid so that he'll allow his teammates to actually loot up whoever went inside the caverns. As you can see, Paralyzed was able to get back into the purple armor, so that's Bananice's loot and everything. Food's now gonna be used. Oh my god, they have double Flamebringer. Can they actually get out? Yes, they do. They might have incurred the wrath, though, of FA, who's now looking a lot better prepared for a team fight here. Although, this is a lot of teams that is joining in on this. Valdaki's ultimate has been used. No more demonic aid. Loves is already getting destroyed right now. Mines, though, still pretty dang healthy. Foods, what he can really do has to back away, as this Yotohime doesn't have really anything other than just maybe the Sinister Blade. Although Foods goes up, spots out the two that were popping shots, but everybody's already escaped the valley underneath. And Mines, as well as Paralyzed, still looking incredibly killer here. Foods has dropped down once again. They can actually wait. And look at this. Mines, after just such a quick sequence, is already almost up with his next use on that demonic aid. Loves is getting pinned down here, yes, but right now, at least for FA, it's looking much better for them. Killer Tops was traded out in the midst of it all for SLG. Foods and Milos will have to at least find elsewhere to fight. You can see the Great Sword is being used, but I wonder to how much efficacy later on. Edward and Worlds actually challenging Mines and Paralyzed here on the corner as we go back into the cavern once again. Milos and Foods. There's no one chasing them, but I think they just wanted to try to be safe. But I don't think this is going to be the best for them because they're going to be inside that corruption while everyone else is also trying to get away from the corruption. So this is going to be really difficult for them to get away from, especially now that the only really high plateau is to where Paralyzed and Mines are actually placed at.
Oh, he's prepping his Taishi Rift here. But once again, despite losing a member here, FA, they look to claim the high ground once again. nearly get swiped there by Lonely Milos. Instead, they change their target onto Fishball. They understand that Fishball is going to be a much easier target here, but they're still trying to edge guard this. They want to rotate as late as they can. They don't really have any fighting Ultra as of the moment, Asterai. They're just kind of dancing around, waiting for people to soften up. You already see those Flamebringers trying to bring the heat, and maybe, maybe, this could be a mistake on the side of Destiny. They get absolutely pummeled trying to climb the cliff. They're missing one now, so it's going to be a clear 2v2 between them and FA. And now, of course, on team number 7 with Foods and Lonely Milos, they look to salvage the situation. This is the best they've looked so far today. And everybody's getting stuck in the corruption. Everybody's getting eaten alive. We only have 8 players left standing. And Ashio gets found by Mines here. Mines didn't finish the job, but now this is looking almost certain that he's going to die. And there you go. We have yet another ominous blade from number 7 here. They throw it out, but the Valkyrie ult just narrowly saves it. Oh dear me, Asterai. Paralyzed. His ultis are about to run out. Foods also not having the greatest of armor situations here. FA, they're looking a little shaky. I don't think they'll be taking this one. It's team number 7. And team number 11, they are looking to rock and roll. Now we have Edward here in a very, very timely Tian high ult. And Monk ult. He's going to smash Foods down. But Foods is going to survive. Lonely Milo's already trying to heal up here. Edward not landing any snipes.
No, there it is. He's joinked him. There's Foods. And now, Whirl. Oh, no, it's the last 2. It's Edward. And there it is. I think they've done it. Wow.
Not yet.
They've slapped it. Not yet? Okay, Mites is still alive, though.
It's
This
still
is a
2v2.
3 versus 2 versus 2. Oh my gosh, you're absolutely right. I thought it was going to be a 3 versus 1.
Uh-oh.
Still doable, but there it is. The troop decimation. Mines, though, can he survive? They focus on Edward first. This is very smart for them. And Worlds is outside. He's taking so much corruption damage. He de-troops and he suffocates, nay, drowns in the corruption. I thought it was going to be Squad 4, but it was actually FA in the end to get the W. Lobby 28. I thought they had so much more. They had both the troop decimation and the Titan Skull, and they still could not translate that into a win against Mines and Paralyzed. I honestly thought that Mines was the only one, but then Paralyzed popped out of nowhere. I think it was in the high ground somewhere there, and they clutched it once again. So finally, a 2-peat here from FA.
My goodness, FA. Once again, congratulations to them for sticking that one out. I honestly thought with the double transformation there, it could have been over for them. But again, the power of Soul Jades, the power of Demonic Aid, and of course the power of FA reigned supreme over that map, Asterai. So I firmly believe after this one, FA is really not going to drop that first place spot. If anything, the only way that they'll be out of a world stage right now is to flop in Game 6, which is unlikely to happen unless I cursed it. Either way, what a great exchange for that. Again, just the last part, that last circle, was really one of the most awkward places to fight on the map. And the roller is in the way for the most part. Of course, when you drop down in the Death Valley, that's when it gets really, really messy. Unfortunately for Mang, who had a pretty decent start, right? Just kind of ran out of steam in the middle of the game.
Yeah, but as I mentioned, they did rack up at least 12 kills, so that is still honestly incredibly good for them, because that does give them a buffer to, you know, of performance that they could have, that they are able to at least bring here. They're not like just 0 points, right? So at least they still have 12 kills that they can add to the pot for the points that they have overall. And you can see really here just how aggressive Mang really is and what ferocious opponents that they can really be, even against the Kurumi Zip and Yin heal combo there. It still wasn't enough to stop Mang here, as you saw with one of the highlights there. I think a surprising team as well has got to be Lobby 28, a team that honestly I didn't really expect to get that that far into the fight, but well, it was somewhat pleasant to have spotted them. What was the most curious was, I think, the thought process that we saw from FA with, again, they were just kind of waiting in the dredges because they couldn't really do anything other than that, because if they try to force fights with such, with again, those suboptimal loadouts, they would have been really in trouble. And what was kind of nice is their risk to actually just wait for somebody to come into their cavern and for them to take them out and basically steal their equipment was perfect, because Paralyzed was the only one who actually got upgraded aside from Mines, and as you saw, he was the other one that just survived that. So really good stuff from FA for being able to kind of understand the situation and follow through on it.
Absolutely. And it was bedlam at the beginning of the map. Then there were a lot of good fights. It did kind of slow down at the middle part there. This was the long T and high snipe you were talking about. And as I mentioned, I think this is where Team Destiny kind of had like two different objectives. I think Ashio was actually trying to fend off Gummy. And at the same time already made the call that, hey, I don't think I can go back and help. I don't think I can get the res. I have to make our mad dash for the circle. And of course, that's where Team Destiny kind of floundered just a little bit. They did manage to be very close to the end anyway. So with all that being said, the recovery was still very much present. Meanwhile, this was also yet another talking point for us, the double heals. But then again, it just wasn't enough. Oh. Wait, ooh. Is this where
The roller.
That was the roller part. I love that. I think that's my favorite moment of the whole weekend, the roller part. It was just so random.
Imagine if we had the roller up until the very last circle here.
Oh, god.
And then everybody just got ran over by it. Yes.
Yeah. Not the greatest feeling in the world, Asarai. But as I mentioned, I think Team FA did such a great job of pretty much edge guarding here. You can see the power of the Soul Jades really coming into fruition here on Mines. Honestly, Edward still had a fantastic stand here. Maybe just couldn't get that final kill that they needed. You did say that they did double transform up for this. But I think this is it. I think because of the world's line breaker here, or rather he got shoved out by the demonic 8 slash.
Yeah.
Just took out so much of his health. And just, well, you already know what happened there.
Now, not really the highest that we've seen throughout this day, but 6 kills, 18,000 damage though for 6 kills. Mines was just hitting everybody. I think he has got to be the MVP for FA because without him, I don't think FA would have lasted that long. He really had to be the one to take the brunt of the attention of multiple opponents, multiple enemies, and he was just able to thrive, if not perform so well underneath all of that pressure. That being said, though, not the highest kills overall. I did mention that Mang was able to get 12 so early on, so Lobby 28 and FA couldn't really get anything more than 13, but still 25.8, 23.8, respectable for FA here in Lobby 28.
I think Chill also kind of underperformed in this one. Sorry, they were fantastic in the last 2 maps, but as you mentioned, right, despite FA not getting as many kills as maybe they could have wanted, 13 is still quite big. Considering that they were running on a deficit for the most part. Again, Mang had a wonderful start. Basically, is where we're going to. 3T still struggling a little bit, so I believe some of these teams have already hard capped with their chances of getting into the what do you call this? Sorry, into our top 2 and into the global stage, of course.
Well, we still have one more game to go, so there definitely is an opportunity here for Mang to be able to do. I think they're still in high contention here. I think the teams that aren't in contention anymore are teams such as this. Blue was the one that I think I was kind of hoping for because, again, they performed so well, but unfortunately with these kind of low ranking numbers right now, again with FA being back on top on game 5, it is going to be such a difficult task for them to try to get back into the points altogether. So this is, at least for some of the teams, I think we're already seeing the results right now. So this is kind of disappointing to say at the least, because of course we want everybody to be at the highest that they can get. But right now, again, it is going to be thinking about who will get it alongside. I feel like FA have already secured themselves, as long as they don't really royally mess up Game 6. So who else will go alongside FA?
That is honestly the biggest question. Who is going to be side by side with FA, right? Because we looked at Blue, they've had an insane spike in the previous map. Now they're just kind of once again relaxing a little bit, and I think the most consistent ones we've seen so far, both the IK squads, they've been hovering back and forth, but they've been kind of middle of the pack.
Yeah.
So there's really no clear indicator of who is going to be top 2 or not. My guess is as good as yours, but now we actually see the penalties, or not really the penalties, the consequences of having a limited hero allowance, Aserai. So we see quite a bit of everybody really changing it up. We saw Tarkaji, we saw Kurumi quite a bit. Again, Kurumi's really not that bad, but for a game that requires you to be on the move and with an ultimate that basically needs you to be still, I just don't think it meshes very well with most people, rather with most players. But in any case, we're still excited to see the creativity that players are going to display and how they're going to adjust to the final stretch of the day of our NARAKA Bladepoint World Championship Southeast Asia qualifier. So again, guys, we've already had our representatives for solos. Pretty much we have, I guess, FA already maybe on lock. Who knows, right? Because anything could happen. Mm-hmm. There's still one more game. But before anything else, look at the item code below. The last 2 ones we couldn't really point out because we were, busy talking about the game. Here we are. There is still one more item code, guys. So be sure to get that and be sure to pretty much stack all the prizes you can get.
Wow. After all of what has happened here, man, it's just one more to go. One more game, and we'll find out who or which teams will represent Southeast Asia for the upcoming World Championship and have a chance for that lion's share of $1,500,000 US on the line. So really, so much is going to be done just to try to get up on that. I was wondering as well, while we're still waiting for the next game to begin here. Where are my notes? Here we go. As to what else can our viewers actually watch out for here? So I do believe that while we are still waiting, guys, the group stage will be happening December onwards, from December 2 to 7. That is going to be 6 games per day. So basically a whole week of NARAKA Bladepoint is already laid out for you for the World Championship. We also have December 15th to 18th, which will be the grand finals, the final stage. Again, the location for these tournaments will be happening at both China and Singapore. So it looks like we are going to be flying out these players to compete here. Side by side. It'll be 24 teams throughout the entire regions of China, North America, Europe, Vietnam, Asia, and Southeast Asia. A total of 6 regions vying again to be the best that no one ever was for the World Championship of NARAKA Bladepoint.
Yeah, and again, NARAKA has been so generous all throughout the year with all the tournaments, with all these huge prize pools that everybody is still clamoring for. And once again, Aserai, I think we're just really happy to be part of it too. I think everybody and every competitor is also quite happy to just have yet another platform to be expressive of their skills and whatnot. And we're just kind of gearing up for yet another potentially explosive map in our last stretch of the day. Kind of waiting for it to happen. We're just making sure that, or rather, Prod is just making sure that the lobby is going to be as ready without any hiccups this time around. And we'll finally get to see who is going to represent Southeast Asia. What about you, Alistair? I have openly expressed that FA was my pick. What about you?
I think my pick was 3T, but they're definitely struggling at this point. I still hope for the best for them, but it is a long shot. And I think right now, just looking at it, if I could change my answer, I'm looking at Mang because of just how delightful their performance really has been. Kanor as well as Thomas, so well integrated with how they want to play. I think these are the 2 top players, and your boy, of course, basically the whole trios of Mang that was just so entertaining, and again, so well performing with how they've been going about this, getting better and better each and every game. I'm not sure if they've already peaked at game number 5, or will they bring it back come game number 6 when they need it the most. They are so near this. I mean, look at this. They did so much effort in this one. They really struggled, they really persevered, and it's just at an arm's reach. Just one more push is what we are hoping for here from Mang to maybe get into the top 2 spot and get again into the World Championship spot here. Who else would be threatening their position? I'm honestly not sure who's close enough to really challenge them, since we didn't really get the overall standing once again, but it would be interesting to see who could try to deal with them alongside FA.
Like we said, right, FA has really been the most consistent team. Mang has had really great highs, and I would say maybe as prolific lows. I wouldn't even say that either, because their floor has been pretty decent. It's just in the mid game they do kind of get caught out at times before they can really hit that peak of their late game. But who are we going to look at for our first scuffle of the day? It's gonna be Tenoshi with his signature chucks, looking to find maybe potentially an early frag here, as we see FA already in the midst of a battle here. They are pretty decently geared, so Tenoshi could have a bit of a tough battle here. Goes for the red parry, does disarm 2 of them. So Olivier might actually have to maybe bounce out here. Minds and Loves also gets caught in a happy birthday, Asarai. Oh, but Tenoshi, once again, just really not as sturdy without any armor upgrades, and is gonna get stun locked.
Goodness.
To all hell.
Yeah, he was spamming the slide already just to get away from that, but unfortunately not going to be enough. There was only a set point where the nunchucks would be lethal, but the damage, just because it wasn't really the higher rarity nunchucks, I think was just because was the reason why Tenoshi really was banking on the fact that his combo would have been enough, but unfortunately just fell off a little bit short. Speaking of short, Puck Pick short in life there as Kawhi knocks it down. Chill also another team that I think could really threaten any of the top 2ers right now if they have an incredible last game here. In any case, there we go. Mang, also another team right now in our sights, finds another pick on their own end. They've really racked up a huge body count here, a trio wipe as it were. Squad 4, Lobby 28, running for dear life, but now Bananice not giving them any quarter. IK2 still have yet so much to prove upon. And Gummy tried to delay, but for what purpose? Nothing anymore. Bane breath bursting. They're gonna have to at least be aware of this and add it in their calculations that they fight opponents left and right. Worlds did win against Tiger, but his teammates were just massively right then and there. Oh, D229. I thought Gummy was going to go back, but I think it was too much of a risk for him to... Yeah, and I guess it's very risky for him, right? Because they would still be near.
FA actually got wiped out here by a surging Team 16. They're still kind of waiting for a decent spot to spawn at here. Mines is doing as much damage as he can, and Eco win. Does have a Soul Jade for that quick heal. So not a lot of third-party room there, especially in the early game. But now we have squad number 10 looking at Blue here to really knock them out. Very early Ning ult here by Kejov just to give him a little bit of space. Not entirely sure what's going on with Catacol here, Asarai. But Kejov is fighting for his life.
I shall purify the soul.
He's trying to do so as much as he can, though, but it's not enough. Ooh. Kejov. Catacol. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Squad 10 obliterates. Evacuation, man. The final stretch here. 3Q. Able to make it work.
Make it
No,
work
she's back.
indeed. And I love that sound line. I'm under siege. That was so loud. But in any case, we go back to the seriousness of all matters. Very beautiful transformation here with Tenoshi. Pretty much forced to use it. And now could actually find a free pick here. The purple armor is helping them out a lot. And of course, Takeda's demonic aid slash is gonna bounce him out, much like we saw in the previous map. But Tenoshi, this troop decimation, I don't think it's finding any value here, Asra, other than keeping them alive. And he has to de-transform soon. He even gets knocked down. And a counter Tianhai here. Or rather, just another transformation to maybe, just maybe, how would I put this? Stagger that power spike, and NBPH, they still manage to rift out, but they're not very far, so they have to be careful because there's still a big lugging cruise looking for those kills, and even gets Gogi there. Aster, as I mentioned, that shift was very, very shallow. Gongi gets absolutely annihilated, as well as Zanya, who gets shredded by the dual blades.
Yeah. That was a risk play from Tenoshi. I think he wanted to force NBPH to stay so that Cruz could have gone up the ramp in time as that Titan, so that he can yoink the both of them. So a risky play, but a play that was worth it regardless in the end. Anyways, Lonely Milo's here. Oh no. Lifted up into the air like a piñata. Does have the ultimate for the shield, or rather the aromatherapy, but he's still getting slapped around. The back. My back's hurting. What's happening? And then he looks around and somebody's actually just stabbing him. Not really fun there for him, but that's going to be that for Milo's. Guess it's not Milo every day. Killer Tops has activated the ultimate, and he's threatening it so that Milo's can be brought back. This is perfect. And T-Ranger, yep, he's teed up, but he was able to escape. Yeah, way too long indeed. And the yoinks, is it going to be possible for a second yoink here for Killer Tops? The problem for T-Ranger is he tried to escape, but he actually went into a room where the opponents are just still there, so that's a little bit awkward. He wasn't able to get back to his own team, and now there's still a number down. If they're trying to fight this, they're going to be, well, they're just going to be incredibly screwed.
Well, to put it lightly, there's really no putting it lightly. We just saw Ninewayne get absolutely sloshed around there. And yeah, you said it, Aster. I thought T-Ranger was in the clear, but surprise, apparently. As we take a gander at how 3Q is looking with, I believe, is Hope of Village getting into at least their first life here. I think they have a rebirth. At least some of them has, right? Team Destiny chasing away Olivier. Oh, I thought Olivier was going to be dead there for sure, but breaking a few ankles here is FA. Still managed to get out of the rabble, but Mines has to stay down here and tank. Could potentially find a kill on Kin here. And wow, they're actually the ones that are forced out to rift out. They already lost Tan there, but it does look like they're gonna re-engage us. They're not too scared at all. Look at this. Team number 4, Lobby 28, looks to send everybody to the spectator lobby. Due to their name, so far can't really capitalize. As Kin, beautiful use of the Spirit Slash to give him a little bit of space to heal up.
So another squad that's joining on the fight. It's going to be FA. Still alive, has got in and committed against Destiny here. Yeah, that teleport wasn't too far, so everybody could have just committed to them. There is like 5 squads really near each other right now, Raph. We're looking at the perspective of FA, but there's 2 more squads right behind them. There's 1 squad right in front of them right now. And FA, they're about to open Pandora's box if they're not careful here, as more and more teams, more and more trios are starting to collapse all together to where they possibly are. Is it going to be enough, though? Foods forced to use the ultimate already, and they scour just for now, but Foods can always be fought against. Once again, if they want to decide after that ominous blade. Okay.
That's right. Oh. But Aserai, look at this. There's still a little bit of fight left in Tenoshi's squad here. They really don't want to relinquish their contention just yet. But as I say that, a beautiful Demonic Aid slash kind of catches them there. But a Zephyr Prison is going to keep everybody at bay here. Potentially having control of the fight is Cruz's squad. And now we see the TN high ult here. He nabs one. He's looking for another, but it does look like Tiger is going to be ready for the counter ult as well. So now that we're just gonna watch both Tian Hai's wail at each other here. Cruz is not on the advantage here too. He has less health, and I think he popped Titan ult sooner as well.
Still, at least 2 big bodies that can never be knocked out easily here. The Yoink, not able to get one afterwards. IK2 still looking to be victorious up until till this point. Quaido's done. Sparch is down. And IK2 victorious in that encounter here, Raph. Now I wonder what's
dear.
to come next.
What is next, Asarai? Well, for everybody here, I guess we're just gonna go into that, I guess, more modest part of the game where everybody's just kind of relaxing, waiting for the transition, basically, Asarai. Waiting for the circle to be much, much more suffocating. And I have to say, this is going to give everybody a little bit of breathing room. Actually, look at this. Team number 4 and team number 5 may perhaps find that vault if they have the proper key, but it doesn't look like it's going to be the case, as team number 16 has forced out a solo kill. And Killer Tops is out of here.
Immediately just escapes the fight. Just get away as much as you can. Zevi is just side by side PD over right now, and PD's just making sure he can keep an eye on his opponent and not really get into the safe zone. Zevi, though, just trying. They're both looking at each other with, I think, bows set in hand. Oh, wow. There is no chance for Zevi to get into this. BS is just, like, right in front. There's a triangle pursue strat that is happening right now for Edoc. And Zevi... Oh my goodness. No way he escapes this. No way he gets back into the safe zone. There you go. He spotted him already. He gets parried. That's it. Oh, double kill. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. What a chase. Just what a chase. You just make sure he can't escape. That's basically it. Make sure.
Basically, again, security at this point is the biggest priority, considering that, once again, just a quick reminder, this is the very last game of the day.
Oh!
And what happened to Kedjov there? Oh, he gets sniped from the ballista. Who is on top of it? Oh, and it's D229 as well.
Oh,
looking to cause some havoc. That's also another fun moment of the day. I think that's right behind the roller one. Of course, the natural forces would always be fun here, but Kawaii looks to jump. Has had a fairly quiet outing today, to be honest with you. They will use that Tai Chi Rift to just get a little bit of space, and they are sorely in need of soul jades. At least EcoWin is. But Mang, they look like they have free shots here. Not entirely sure if they already got one. Not really landing anything here, Asarai.
Well, they're still in advantage, though, unless their opponents get closer in for a fight here. Yeah, boy! He's actually really committing to this. I mean, he does have his ultimate as just the Stina, so as long as he doesn't really get tagged initially, this still should be looking well for him. Yeah, boy can actually go to the backline right now. He isolates the fight. Beautiful onto Sid King. There is going to be the Viper-ing ult, and immediately IK realized that this is a messy fight that they can't really do too much, although they've gone to the low ground. This might not be the best of situations because Mang can visually see them and they can visually chase them. There it is. Ice Wraith activated. XCKK trapped. And yeah, boy. There we go. He's not letting this go, man. He's not Elsa. He's somebody else. He's yeah, boy. The ice dominant here in this fight, but he gets slapped down by Sid King. The power of the greatsword ensues, and maybe, just maybe, Mang might have bit off a bit more than they can chew, and they're the ones who are going to have to find an exit route. I seem to have mistakenly thought that that was IK's demise, because they got more than what it takes to push back against Mang, as we can see in that encounter that they just had.
Look at this, Astray. We have a Morris Blessing. Oh, XCKK with a mini stun there on the spool. It's gonna make her a prime target for everybody, but pandemonium ensues. The barriers, they do get dropped down. Can't really see who's a clear winner of this fight, but yeah, boy, staying alive because of that ice encase. And now the Ning ult is gonna come through. A short stun on Kam. But already separated from the rest of his team. This could be yet another surefire kill for Mang here. Tried to go for the ult, but unfortunately just could not have the room to do so. As FA, they look pretty impressive here still, Aster. I believe they've slain yet another would-be attacker on their territory. And they are pretty much geared for the long game here. They're probably just gonna find somewhere to chill as of the moment. Meanwhile, the rest of team number 11, IK2, looking to yet another continue the scramble here against Chill Chill, who's been fairly quiet after that number 2 finish this the other map. IK2, they get resources upon resources for all their trouble.
Yeah, they definitely need it for now. That's gonna help them out in the end. Look at how stacked they are as of this moment, Raph. Looking pretty pristine, and they want to test off their mettle here against Chill Chill that's right in front. And Chill Chill's not looking too hot. It's only really Kawaii that can really challenge him in terms of the items. And everyone else is just free pickings. Eco Win getting smelted upon here by Bananize. And speaking of the Man Witch, yeah, slap it down silly. Try to escape, I block you. I stop you. Does his teammate just ran away?
So impressive.
Yeah.
I think so. I think he saw the armor situation and decided maybe let's not do that.
Maybe not really. Yeah. Let's not. Too hot.
It does look like FA though, with all the heat. Beautiful Nether Nightmare there, as they're just kind of waiting for a little bit of confirmed damage. Olivier is gonna be on the safer side here. Aaron with a beautiful haze catches Olivier, trying to get into his airspace. Aaron does have enough mobility and just enough time to heal up here, maybe rejoin the fight. FA, you know how dangerous this particular group is, and right on the queue, they have been absolutely dominant, Aserai. Can Hugo still escape? He's gonna transform back soon.
No.
And he's dead.
And he's gone. And
He
it's
got
done.
shot.
Got blasted. This is not the Team Rocket, blasting off again. This is not because they can't rebirth themselves, so no more next time. Amazing. Anyways, corruption fight is always a nice thing to watch. Gummy, well, he's just going to get gummed down. It's gonna be that. 14 players remaining. Is it me or is this faster than way before? Because everybody's just chasing for kills now. I think they know that the pressure is on.
They need the points. Yeah.
And that's definitely I guess, the reason why. They need the points.
Absolutely, Aserai. As Zhao, Shelby, and Eco Win have to operate under a deficit, and everybody's making a bit of a mad scramble to the center. Eventide Temple is going to be the name of the game, so there's going to be pretty decent verticality later in the last parts of the circle. But other than that, it's going to be mighty difficult to really find the rats here too. It is a place where the rats are allowed to thrive. And EDT kind of building up the ultimates here on the side of PD over X. But they seem to find a disturbance on the hillside here. It's actually IK2. Uh-oh, Eco Win is isolated for quite a bit. They might just wail on him here. They might jump him, and they already are. But they can't seem to get a knockdown on him. And there we go. The stun is here. The Ning ult. This could be a potential trade, a potential trap. Nah, Eco Win just died right there on the spot.
That was a desperation ultimate. Because, I mean, unless you have teammates alongside you, that Vibrating ultimate's actually very easy to stop. Especially in a 3 versus 1. Maybe if it was solos, you can get away with it. But 3 versus 1 in that situation in 3-0s is just not. It's just asking for it. Huge use of the Vibrating ult now. Everybody just scrambles to run away. The follow-up, Shelby. Okay. Vertical strikes with the spear. Everybody just runs back once again. They just pour out as these AoEs just strike so hard. And here we go. Huge one from the Valdequi as well. PD over, finds a bit of an opening. Gets himself a nice bit of loot as well. And they are chasing down Eco Win, also out in the open once again. But they've also spotted out FA here, who might actually be fresh for the fight. And they are willing to go against this. Huge Sinister Blade keeps everybody to the corner, but they were able to scramble out. Olivier, amazing stuff with the uppercut on the dagger. BS caught out in the open. Ooh. His teammate trying frantically to try to help him out, but I don't think it's going to be enough. And BS is out of here.
No one noticed.
Oh my goodness, FA is still alive. We have 9 to remain.
FA is just so stacked up right now, man. They are just so hard to remove from this game already. And look at everybody. They're just throwing themselves at FA right now. They know that they're the biggest target. They want to get rid of it. And Mines gets caught. We have the big Ning ult. That's a silence. I don't think this is going to go for the full stun. Yes, it still does. So Mines is going to get away scot-free. Tiger is just here helpless to look at everything. Fishball has to deal with Loves as well. But IK2, they look like they have the upper hand in this fight. Big advantage. But they just cannot seem to get some good ground here. Oh my goodness, what a read on that Rift. And they could actually go for the intercept here. Loves trying to run away for his life. And now Fishball getting distracted a little bit from a healthier Mines here. FA, though, they have lost a member already. They could potentially lose both. And this is not going to be very good for their placement point. They've already found a few frags for themselves. But man, everybody's making sure that FA's not getting any mileage in this map.
Not anymore if you can, but I mean, it is deep into game number 6 now, so regardless if they got knocked out at this point, I think they still have done a lot already. The thing is, Mang is still alive, but, well, not really for long. I'm not sure how many kills FA were able to get, but Mang has gotten about 6, 7 kills, I think. In any case, Foods, oh, he's so trapped, but that Sinister Blade is such a helpful ability just to help him out just in case, and he primes up his ult. Tiger does the same. If he can't get away from this, oh, Tiger with the prediction on the TP. Does he get Milo's as another one? Food slapped down to the ground. Oh, this is just horrible. They got Milo's again as well. Oh my god, IK2! The value on the ultimates that Titans call in such a tight space is so incredibly useful, and they will be able, if I'm not mistaken, to win this outraf already.
Yes, sir. Wow. And there you go. I think we found our I guess our solid top 1 and 2 right now. Asura, again, both IK squads really turning it up. And I just have to say, what a turn of events. I thought for sure that FA was going to have a miracle run and have a almost perfect game. But of course, IK2, I believe, had them on their sights. And what a beautiful way to finish.
I just could not believe that was that. I felt like there was so many more players around the area, but somehow it wasn't really, right?
They just dwindled. Like,
yeah.
I was still looking at the alive. There was like 13 alive last I checked, and then we were focusing on that fight, and then suddenly everybody's dead, and you're like, oh wow, that was that's pretty fast.
Absolutely. I was actually surprised that was the ender that we had for game for this entire Grand Finals tournament, but there was a lot of action that happened in between. I think it's not the final stretch that we should be looking at. It's in the middle that what has happened, because again, there is that point where the most important, I think, teams right now to definitely watch out for has got to be Mang and FA. Were them being dwindled down that kind of earlier on, you know, not top 1 and top 2 for game number 6, and them being not as action heavy in this game number 6 enough to push them down into the overall score leaderboard, or did it really not matter for game number 6? Was it still them going to represent us for Southeast Asia in the World Championship?
Oh dear me. And as we get into the highlights again, oh man, I feel like there were quite a bit of expectations on Tenoshi's side because, again, he is our solo champ. But again, trios is a whole different animal, Asura. It's a different beast. It's a different meta. It's basically just a different game, almost entirely. But there were a lot of good moments here. Gummy was the victim of the roller. I forget which player got ballisted to death. But again, there were just so many highlights. I thought that I believe it was Tenoshi also who nearly got a double happy birthday earlier against FA, but it really did not come into fruition. And might I have to say too, FA have done a good job of just really getting their spot, basically, Asarai. They've been super consistent. They didn't really flounder out in the last map. They were still in a very, very respectable placement.
Definitely they did. And again, it's not only the placement that we should be looking at for now, it's the amount of eliminations that they've kind of garnered in this game number 6. And to be honest, it still looks pretty good for them, because all of the fights up until that point were honestly pretty favorable for FA, to be honest. So I think they still did a fantastic job up until that point here. We're kind of seeing that those fights happening in right now. They've fought so many squads, trios, continuously, and somehow they were still able to survive for such a long time without even needing a hard reset in terms of heals and whatnot.
Oh, yeah. And the track record of IK, we did talk about how consistent they are. We saw it today. We saw that big explosion. And I am just really, I guess, oh, there you go. I was about to say I'm super excited to see Kedjov get absolutely annihilated by D229 there. Oh my goodness, he just flatlined right then and there. But once again, Aster, I'm glad that we had this type of system in place also, where teams had to change the comps because of the hero allowance, because I feel like we'd see a lot of the same thing. This was such a good fight by Mang, though. I think this was off the Ning ult that they followed, and I think this is where it kind of started for FA to... Was this FA? Was this the FA fight? No, that wasn't the FA fight.
That's the one.
But there were a lot of moments. No, I don't think this is the one either.
Oh, it was
the
high
one
ground.
where they were by the cliff. Yeah.
Not this one. I think maybe 2 more fights after this was the FA fight that we were kind of witnessing there. One more after this. This was also kind of interesting that, again, they weren't really punished as hard as I was expecting, but there was no other trios that was near IK1 at this point. I think this is the one. Yeah, this is the one.
Yeah, again, it was out of that Taishi Rift, and they thought they were in the safe, but again, just the range was just beautifully measured by IK2. And despite them still putting up a good fight, Aserai, it is what it is, you know what I mean? IK2 took that last map very beautifully. And like you said, everything just kind of happened in the blink of an eye here. I was like, huh?
We really didn't expect some of these fights to kind of go in that general
super
direction.
lopsided, yeah.
Yeah, it was a little bit lopsided, but I guess, you know, sometimes it does happen right in front of us, especially this one. But we can't also dismiss that Tiger's yoinks were incredibly important in making it feel that way, right? I don't think if he didn't get those good Titan Call yoinks, we probably would be looking at such a different, maybe a slightly different ending to this one. Fishball, okay. Will be the kill leader for game number 6. 9 kills overall, 22,969. Nice. Points damage, total damage overall. So really good for Fishball there. Fishball was struggling a lot. Not a lot, but rather for like 5 games in a row, and finally finds his steam here in the final one.
Oh boy, I feel like we're all a little bit gassed from the way things have been going for the last 2 days. Aserai, again, just checking my notes here. Fishball, man, I feel like a lot of the plays he made early on was more on the, hey, I'll be a little unselfish, I'll be the type of point guard for the team, but now he really popped off. He decided that he will take matters into his own hands. And I think that actually put IK2 over the hill. I'm still trying to measure it. There you go. Well, that's definitely going to put them over the hill. 38.6 points, man, with 21 kills. That is a big jump.
Mang is 15, though. How I think IK, when we saw the overall standings in Game 3, was somewhere around 5th or 6th with around 40-ish points. So that was near Mang as well with 40-ish. But IK didn't do so well in game number 5. So it's a really big nail biter here. That's the thing. That's the big caveat, even though it is 40 points, right? Because this is massive. But again, because their performance has been back and forth. And again, this isn't to disparage IK at all. They did fantastic in game number 6. I do not disparage that. The big problem here is, again, game number 5 and game number 4 before this were the ones where it was a little bit of a head scratcher. So is this big jump of points enough to get them into that top 2 spot?
I I'm thinking about the point distribution, you know. I'm thinking about it a lot, but I feel like we're going to have a full tally very, very soon. So while we wait, I guess we're just going to have to mull over the moments of the day. I honestly love the second half more than the first. I feel like the first half was very, very patient. FA is the only repeat winner here and did really not fall out of the top 5.
Yeah.
But yeah. Oh, yeah, IK2. How could I forget IK2? It's how they start and they finished. Very, very good stuff. But Aserai, unfortunately for Mang, despite them taking a map as well as Team Blue, in the most climactic fashion too, Team Blue with the last round hit on was it Loves or was it Mines? Either way, it's still been a fantastic day. I think the second half really had again a lot of funny moments. I think the roller moment was funny. I thought the ballista moment was funny. And here we go. This is the total points. TTG unfortunately at the 16th slot with 7.8 points only, 3Q with 18.5, NBPH with 21.2, and Hope of Village with 23.2, and EDT with 24, Destiny 32.6, Nice God over 34.5, and 3T barely scratching the top 8 with 48.1. So it's still fairly competitive even all the way down. Aster, everybody has proven that they belong here.
And here it is, man. Oh, it really was enough to push them over the top. 122.6 points here for IK2. FA with 141.5. Mang, 12 points is such a small margin between these two, dude. Such a small margin between these two. Oh, my goodness. So congratulations to FA and IK2.
Ah, man. Again, it was fierce. I feel like we talked about this so many times already. It's been such a long day. It's been such a tightly contested game day too. My Aserai. And now we finally see the fruits of FA. But then I'm just gonna say this: at the beginning of the day, I did say FA was the team to beat. So you know, I'm just gonna put that out there.
It really was. They really were, and we were talking about how Minds and Loves were the team that. What was the word here? Was the players that we saw from last year that were just looking so on point, and they got even better to do this. And now again, congratulations to both FA and IK2 for winning and qualifying for the Southeast Asia Open for the NARAKA Bladepoint World Championship. They'll be representing us for the trios here, Raf, where 24 teams will be vying to see who will be crowned the kings of 2022.
Oh my goodness. Again, the competition is only getting hotter and hotter, and everybody's just really gonna bring their A game. Once again, congratulations to FA and IK2. So we do have the best of the best for the global stage.
Okay.
So,
yeah. Unfortunately, we won't be getting an interview for today. Sorry, my mind is everywhere right now because of just how
me too. I'm sorry, guys.
Intense the games really have been. All right, so I guess that just us wrapping up our thoughts for these 2 days of NARAKA Bladepoint. What do you think about what has happened, Raf? You go first, and I'll go after you.
Shut up, Aserai. I'm trying to think here. No, I'm kidding. You know, again, the last 2 days have been fantastic. It has been such a long time since we've jumped into NARAKA, especially casting-wise. You know, we did Winter Cup, and we did quite a few things for NARAKA, and it's good to be back. You know, it's really fun seeing how the meta has evolved through the months that have passed. It's the strengths of basically every hero really getting into the forefront. Of course, we got to thank our prod for being so easy to work with for everybody, really. Thanks to the audience for sticking around. And other than that, Astra, I think I'm pretty gassed. I think I've mostly said my points on air. Once again, thank you guys. What about you?
All right, for me, I think I was honestly just so happy that we were able to cast such an incredible trios, and even more so I think for the solos. I think we really have such amazing solo talent here, and hopefully we can see more of that in the future. I think in any case, we're just gonna thank you guys for sticking with us. And again, this has been the NARAKA Bladepoint World Championship 2022 Southeast Asia qualifiers. Congratulations to both the solos and trios winners. Thank you so much guys for tuning with us, and we'll see you guys on the next one. Ciao and bye.